really do like the fact that he closed those borders. And I know because I've actually been listening to you guys. I haven't chimed in on your particular one, so I haven't broken your criteria. I've talked to your BFF, but not you.
My BFF. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll talk to you and see what your opinion.
Can you explain your profile picture? Why is that an AI picture of Charlie
It
and
is.
Dean?
It is because I'm listening to both sides, and it's my backup account because the last time I went on Dean's, I wanted education, and I literally got so much hate because I was asking for questions, and I got unalive threats by supporters.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It was
that's
not
horrible.
it was so not cool. And then I got a job offer, so I kind of wanted to have a backup account because I'm interested in having debates, but I also don't want my personal information out there, if that makes sense.
Okay, but I don't think you needed that picture though in order to do that.
I could always change the picture. I thought it was funny because I like them both. Honestly, I see both sides of it sometimes.
It's the first unironic Dirk I've ever seen.
Okay. I'll change it. I don't know. I thought it was funny. But, I didn't even know about Dean until after the unfortunate incident. And I'm sorry you were there for that. That has to be very scary. But
Okay.
anywho, I'm back to the policies, I guess. So the closing the border thing, I thought was very effective because I don't personally see how we can go as an American. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know articles and legislation numbers like you guys do. You guys are like freaking computers, I swear. But I don't know, as of Americans, can we go to any other country and just go out there and just live there, not commit crime, and just be there forever? Is that legal anywhere else?
I mean, I don't know what countries have my specific immigration policy, but just because a certain country doesn't have my particular immigration policy doesn't mean that my immigration policy would be worse. Right. So what I would point to is that I think that the best way to actually look at the border is that we still have the context of a structure and a secure border, but what we're trying to secure, right, is the safety and security of our communities. And people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes and have no prior criminal record are not a threat to our safety and security, and therefore should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. I think that's a significantly better way to address the border, because I think that the point of us enforcing immigration law is to make sure that our society is safe and secure. And if we are not doing that, then what's the point? I would say that the policy right now is making us less safe and secure.
The influx of all these people, and I know there's good immigrants out there that are doing very well and not committing crimes and living here forever. And most
people are good, right? So like most people are not committing violent crimes and bad crimes, right? So they should be allowed into the country. Yeah. Over 70% of people who are detained by ICE have no prior criminal record.
Yeah, the Laken Riley thing gets attention. That kind of sucks, and I'm sure there's a lot of other things that have happened, but they don't talk about the less crime that they have. They just talk about the negative crime. You know what I mean? That's
I don't know. You wouldn't brand all Americans just by looking at some of the worst, most atrocious crimes committed by Americans, right? So, like, in general, why would you specifically say because of the fact that people specifically have been impacted by undocumented immigrants that you're going to brand that as undocumented immigrants as a whole? If you want to talk about proportionalities, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. Obviously, the undocumented immigrants who commit violent crime and bad crime, we believe should be deported, right? We're not arguing for them to stay in the country. We want the border to be secure in terms of protecting people who are safe and secure. I just think that when border enforcement's focused more on people who actually have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, they're more focused on safety and security than specifically the situations where they're 70% of the time focused on people who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. And I think that that's a waste of their time.
So what's preventing them from, if they're not committing crimes, what's preventing them from obtaining citizenship?
The fact that our current process takes so long.
How long does that take?
Years on average, and oftentimes thousands of dollars.
Well, because I know, for example, singer Olivia Rodriguez, I believe is her name. Her parents were here for 40 years. Was that correct? And they were illegal, and he deported them. And then, now she's trying to sue Trump because he used a song on the TikTok website or something like that. And she ain't gonna win because she has no rights to the music. But she was mad because
she kicked her good. Wait, what are you saying?
Okay, so
are you trying to
the White House? The White House has a TikTok account, I guess, and they did a stupid little song about ICE, and they used her song in the song.
Olivia Rodrigo. That's who you're talking about.
Rodrigo. I'm sorry. I'm too old. I didn't know her name.
Yeah, she's suing Trump because she has rights to her songs, and she doesn't like how they utilized her song, so she's suing them. Correct. Which she has the right to do.
Right, but the record label owns the rights to the music, not her. So she can't.
So you understand that the record label is likely to do what she specifically wants, as she's the talent.
Right, but the record label
their profit 100% depends upon her.
Right,
so it's like she has literally the power to do that. That's why she did it. Okay.
Well, I don't care if
do you think that she consulted lawyers before this? Probably.
The record label already said they weren't going to do it.
What's that?
The record label said they weren't going to do it.
Oh, okay. Wait, can you give me a source on that?
Oh my gosh, I don't have a laptop in front of me, but I will go back. I can see if I can do it on a multiple screen.
Give her a second to find this information. Maddie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bringing the fake donation love to Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm the Beardist. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Rachel, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lucid, thank you so much for the $2. Sarah with the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Austin with the $7. Thank you. And Maddie, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you. And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Alrighty. Do give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We've only been on live for 14 minutes, meaning we have another 3 hours and 45 minutes left on the live. By the way, we also have Santana coming to join us, right, for the last hour of our stream today, to do a co-host for the last hour of the stream, just letting everyone know. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Try to get to 500,000 likes. It helps push out the stream like crazy. And thank you everyone from joining in for the Dean stream. How was everyone's debates today? How was Dean's debates today? Linda, thank you so much for the $25 for another fake donation for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Linda. Thank you. Very strange. Okay, interesting. Trolls everywhere. Okay. Absolutely.
I'm sorry. I can't find it directly. I'm going through all these sources. I could be completely wrong, but she sues it. Great. 6-7 million. Great for her. You know what I mean? It's ironic. Great number. Whatever. Yeah, really, for sure. But whatever. You know what I mean? It doesn't affect me none. He got the money. I don't care. You know what I mean? But that was just kind of silly. So, I mean, there's other points here. If I can bring up another point, unless we can keep going, or if you want to talk to other people, I have it. Okay, so let's see here. I've been listening to you guys, so I've been writing down names. So I guess the big elephant in the room is this stupid files. Okay.
What stupid files? What about the? You're referencing the emails.
The emails that were released. Now, like I said, I don't have the actual thing, but weren't these the same emails that were already released, just with the name redacted? Is that correct or no?
Wait, say that one more time, sorry?
The emails had already been released, but now this name is redacted or not redacted for Virginia name, the victim.
We heard about that later on. That's only one of them. So if you want to reference others, right? For example, if you want to reference the one where Epstein said that he's known a lot of bad people, but none as bad as Trump, and he's a convicted child sex trafficker, meaning he literally knew child rapists. Okay, so if Donald Trump is worse than all the child rapists he knew, then why would you want to support Donald Trump?
I want to know why nobody's releasing the entire files. The Democrats and the Republicans. Who else is on that list?
I mean, I would love to see all that information. I would love to condemn any Democrat that's on that list, condemn any Republican that's on that list. I think we should bipartisanly, everyone I think can agree upon that. Everyone wants that. Everyone wants the files to be out in the public. And anyone specifically that had the ability to release them yet didn't do so, right, is definitely, going to be someone that we want to look at as well, and investigate. I mean, whether or not they specifically knowingly did that or something, right? So, I mean, obviously, I think that those things would be great. Investigations across the board. I think that's important. And I think that, most Americans agree upon that. I think we're totally in agreement upon that, right? But the point is, then we have to hold people like Trump accountable, right? Why does he look so scared for the files to released? Or why is he talking about investigating a hoax?
And why didn't Biden release them? Why didn't he release them? I mean, we arrested him in what, 19? Why did they sit on it? And why did the Democrats go to try to release them this week again and still got blocked?
So, one, we have a few things. One, you're talking about things that have been sealed under the Biden-Harris administration because of ongoing investigations, right? But when it's getting to a point specifically where that's not the case anymore, well, then it should be the case that that information should be able to be released to the public, right? At least to my understanding. Now, if there's any Democrats specifically that did have the ability to release it and didn't do so and knowingly did that, then I think that they should be held accountable. I don't dispute you there. Any Democrat you'd bring up, I'd be willing to say that about them. I have no problems doing that. I'm not going to play any defense, right, for anyone who's like associated with that, for the GOP, the guardians of pedophiles. I have no care for anyone associated with that, right? I'll condemn any of them. Could you do the same?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like I'm so conflicted on what's going to happen in 2028. Like, to be honest, because I have been raised strong conservative Christian way. That is just who I am told. That is the way of life. That's what you do. Like, and now this may sound really bad, but like my husband works, he's a truck driver. Okay. So I have to stay home and then I'm a stay-at-home mom. Okay. I have no life. Like I have nothing. Like I can't work because I have children, and that's my job, and that's what I'm supposed to do because that's what women are supposed to do.
No, I don't think it's what women are supposed to do. I think that obviously it's a job, and I think that it should be looked at in a positive connotation, whether it's a man or a woman that's the stay-at-home parent. I don't think it's a job specifically for women. I think that women, if they want to, should be able to take what other particular job they would like, whether it be working right outside of the context of the house or working within the house. I think that that's something that should be valued in either context, and I don't think that there should be a societally enforced notion that women should be stay-at-home parents in all circumstances. I don't think that's applicable to most women. I don't think most women want that. And if they don't want that, then that idea shouldn't be imposed upon them. If they do want that, well, then they should get into a relationship with someone who also wants that in a relationship. Yeah, I mean, that's totally fair.
Yeah. It's the way that I was brought up. Women are told to just stay home, cook, clean, take care of children. And if you go against those constraints, I guess that would be a rule. You're not following, quote unquote, God's plan for your life. And if you don't vote conservative, if you don't vote for, Trump was the candidate, you know what I mean? I didn't know about the 2005 interview with Howard Stern. I didn't know that. I don't think we should, that was horrible things, but do we condemn something that was said, he said 20 years ago? Or did he say that, I said a bunch of crap when I was 18.
I don't think you said anything like that. That would be ridiculous,
no, God, no,
right? Like,
not
so
that
obviously, yes, we can condemn him for this, and we should. And also in terms of in terms of being like Christian and having those particular values upheld, I don't think that's an accurate representation of Christianity. I think that was Christianity being weaponized to control women.
Oh, 100%.
And I'm not even a
100%.
Christian myself, and I think that people are utilizing religion in order to control people, and that was a aspect of the patriarchal system to say that women specifically should have to go into the context of the house, and that's particularly their role, and they have to abide by that role, and if they don't abide by that role, they're not doing what God wants them to do, which I think is an obvious, ridiculous thing that has imposed a control over women specifically to enforce them to engage in those particular types of actions when it is the case that they don't want to. I think that's bad, and I don't think that should be viewed that way. I don't think that's your only role. If you want that to be your role, that's totally fair. But I don't think that should be a societally enforced role specifically just for women. And also men can fulfill that particular role, right? They're stay-at-home men, right?
Yeah, and I know I'm probably going to get doxxed for this, and I really hope your people aren't as mean as your other people are. But like, I got an email today from an organization that is very, very conservative, that wants to interview me and move my entire family across the country for an organization that represents conservative movement. And I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do.
Why do they want to give you money and do that?
They want me to work for a company. Like they offered me a job.
What? Why? Like, did you submit an application?
I did. I submitted an application a while back, and right after the September 10th, September 10th incident, because I love his values, I thought, and now I'm learning all these things, and I'm conflicted, but I also see it as can I be my own person? Can I have a job? Can I take care of my children? Can I do what I want to do? I look at it as I don't know, because this is what I'm supposed to do.
If something conflicts with your values, then why not just get a different job if you want to work?
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. The organization.
Okay, but if it conflicts with your values, then that's something that you wouldn't be willing to do, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't necessarily hate the organization. I just don't necessarily know if I'm still supporting what's his book, Trump. I'm still kind of, because I thought he was okay.
Let's go through that. Like, you said that you're Christian, right? Could you name one?
I am. I definitely am. I will say that I am.
Yeah. Could you name maybe one or two Christian norms that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris, in terms of their policy?
I have notes. Okay, because there was a question. Someone named something good about Harris or something. Sorry, I have a whole notebook. I've been listening to you guys every day. Thank you to my loving daughter for introducing me to you guys. Okay, one thing that I did like that Trump did, that Harris, I believe she made a comment during her campaign that she doesn't want us to say Merry Christmas. Was that something that was said? She said, let's not say Merry Christmas.
I think
Trump said he wasn't going to say it.
I think it was in the context of something that happened, like in the particular circumstance. I don't think she was saying broadly, like, you just shouldn't say Merry Christmas. I think it was contextual to a specific circumstance. Now, I'm not familiar, I can't remember the specific circumstance, but I do remember that it was contextual and not just a broad claim. I mean, she's Christian herself, and she's not advocating to cancel Christmas or anything like that. But in general, saying happy holidays does make sense, especially within our society where people have different particular religious perspectives, and they might not be celebrating Christmas.
But you get offended by it, Well,
I mean, it's just about there are people of other religions, so it makes sense to say happy holidays.
I guess, but the world, I think, is getting too sensitive. If you say just okay, thank you, whatever.
I don't think it's sensitive to say that it just is can be applicable or inclusive to more people just to say happy holidays. That's not us being sensitive or anything. It's just us giving you our perspective.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely trying to break away from conservative Christian stick values about having to that's all I'm made to be, but I just think this whole Epstein thing and everything, I'm kind of pivoting back to the Epstein. I think it's all dirty, and I just don't think each side is clean, so I don't know why we're throwing trash on both sides.
So why don't you just not support either side for now, right? And one thing I would say is that you have no reason to believe that Kamala Harris is connected to anything with Epstein. So why would
I don't think she is.
So why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't, at least in reflection, why wouldn't you say that maybe she'd be a better alternative to Trump?
Do you believe that she would be strong enough to stop Putin? Because she wasn't strong enough to stop him from invading
I think she would have
Ukraine.
been significantly stronger on Putin than Donald Trump has been.
Really? You don't think Russia would have hurt us?
I think that we would be stronger against Russia if, Kamala Harris were president comparative to Trump, as apparently maybe there's some information that Putin might have on Trump. And he's also demonstrated that in terms of policy.
I'm going to go down the conspiracy hole on that. Now I'm going to go down the conspiracy hole on that. I know I am. I'm just saying, you're going to say that, then I'm going to go down that. Because honestly, if I'm going to be honest here, I'm wondering if, this might be a conspiracy, and you can tell me I'm completely wrong. What if Erica Kirk was a victim and Charlie was starting to figure this out?
I don't think that we should be making up conspiracy theories that we don't have any evidence for.
Correct. I know. That's not just that is a total conspiracy. But I was thinking about the other day, and he was a very smart person, and so are you guys. Both sides. That's why I say I listen to both sides of it. And I'm just saying, people who are smart start to figure things out.
Okay. So, yeah, and I typically refrain from, forming conspiracy theories, right?
I just don't like blaming the other party,
like to believe things with evidence, right?
I don't know. I don't believe it was I don't like the rhetoric. Let's just blame the other side of it. Do you know what I mean? I hate the fact that they said, "Oh, let's blame a left. It's always a left's fault. It's a left." That dude hasn't said a damn thing. Okay. You know what I mean?
So then here's, I guess my question: why do you support Trump then? Like, what's holding you on to still supporting him at this point? It seems like Kamala Harris is a significantly better option if we were to look back in retrospect. Correct? Because
at this moment, at this day, he is our president. I don't think we can do anything but sit here and debate it. But we can't. What are we going to do? We can't do anything currently, can we?
Well, I'm just trying to get you to say, in reflection. Well, I'm just trying to get you to say in reflection that maybe you think differently, so that going into the next election cycle, you at least have a different perspective on, MAGA type Republicans.
I definitely don't think, even if he tried to change, the 22nd Amendment? If he tried, is it the 22nd, to try to change the Third Amendment or the third term, whatever it is? I definitely do not think I would support another Trump, even if his son ran anything. I don't think I would support
Okay, but
Trump.
In retrospect, you'd still support Trump over Harris.
Can I vote for an independent?
Yeah, if you wanted to, I guess you can. Yeah.
I don't know. Somehow your video went away. I don't know if that's just my phone. But
so you would vote for an independent in that circumstance then?
I'm definitely moving forward, do a lot more research than I think I would in the future. And not just believe what the media said.
So at this point, it seems like you don't support Trump anymore. And now I would tell you that Democrats are a better option, and really the only two candidates that have the ability to win is either the Democrat or the Republican. That's how our current system works right now. I would like a multi-party democracy, but we currently don't have that right now. So I would say that you probably should vote for a Democrat, given that obviously the Republican's going to be significantly worse. But maybe I can convince you of that over time. I appreciate that you were willing to change your mind specifically on Donald Trump.
I do have one question though. I do have one more question, if you don't mind.
Go
2
ahead.
more seconds. The big problem that I have with, I don't know if it's socialism or if it's Democrats, and you could probably convince me that it's probably socialism. Maybe it is. I do, in my gut, do not feel that I don't know about healthcare, but housing and food should necessarily be a right, in a sense.
You don't think they should be a right, or you do?
I mean, obviously, we should feed people, but I don't think I think you should passively earn it. I mean, the government gives it to them with the food. I know there was the shutdown, and that was horrible.
Wait, so you don't believe that food and shelter is a basic human right?
I think you could earn it or build it or forge it or make it.
I think the way that someone earns it is just by being a sentient person, right? I don't think that someone has to do something in order to be able to attain those particular types of human rights. I believe should be applicable to people. And I mean, as a Christian, I would hope that you'd have the same view. God literally spawned in manna from heaven to feed people that they didn't work for. Okay, so the idea that you would have to earn food is something that even your religious scriptures teach against.
But do we have the resources to be able to feed all of those people and sustain an economy and survive? If we just kept giving out.
Yeah, we have the resources to feed everyone. Absolutely, yeah. We absolutely have the resources.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
way more. We definitely. It's not even a question, actually. To be totally honest with you.
Yeah, propaganda tells us differently, though. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying, food
Yeah, yeah.
shortages.
So like we can feed people. That's absolutely something that we can establish as a human right. We can literally house people. That's something that we can establish as a human right. There's no person in this country that should go without food and shelter. No person. Right? Seriously, like I believe those are fundamental rights.
Well, we have shelters and we have food banks and we have things like that.
But everyone should be fed. Everyone should be housed. Right?
Yeah, and I think we're going to do that regardless. You know what I mean? I don't think we're shutting down shelters or food banks, are we? Or food soup kitchens? Are we shutting those down? Are we doing things like that?
Well, actually, Trump specifically, his policy was cutting access to that. It was cutting access to SNAP, right? Over 2.5 million people cut off their access to SNAP benefits on average every single month through the Big Beautiful Bill. And over 420,000 children cut off a free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month because of the Big Beautiful Bill. So actually, your president, right, is literally restricting food access for children.
So what can we do today to change that?
Well, you can try to pressure your representatives to get them to not support that and to say that that's crazy. You can try to pressure people around you specifically.
Right now. How am I supposed to do that? And I live in a red. I hate it. I live in the Midwest. I hate it.
Yeah, your representatives, right? In the context of the Midwest, you can also like put pressure on MAGA by doing that. Convince other people that that have that particular perspective. Really, what I'm trying to do is get people to change their perspective on this. Because if I can change your perspective, how many other people do you think around you might be able to change their perspective based upon the same idea? What are we doing right now? You have the option in front of 10,000 people, right? 6.5K on TikTok and 3.5K on YouTube, to tell them that you have changed your mind, and that opens up other people to being accepting of changing their minds as well. So I might not be able to change every person's mind. We might not be able to fix it right away, but it will make it better than what it was prior.
This is why I listen to you guys every day, because I really do want to have an open mind. And I appreciate what you guys do. So thank you very much. You can go on. I'm just going to go and listen to you guys more, and maybe I'll talk to you guys another time, and maybe I won't take that job, but I'm not going to disclose that. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Parker. Have a great evening.
You as well. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's make sure to go on to the next individual real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Jeremy, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much on YouTube. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
61, young man. How you doing this evening?
Great. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did, but I regret my vote. And I just want to let that lady know that every citizen that works in this country only pays a grand total of $36 out of their whole year salary to do the things that needs to be done for these people that need food. $36. So why the hell is she complaining? Seriously. That's all I want to say, Parker.
Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, food access is a very small portion of the budget, and we can easily provide the right for everyone to have access to food in this country. But for some reason, right, people don't believe that in this country. It's a very small portion of the budget. We spend so much money on war and the military. We spend so much money on corporate subsidies. Why is it such an issue that we're spending money to ensure that not a single kid goes hungry in this country, to ensure that no adult goes hungry in this country, right? Literally, just such a small portion of the budget. And we can ensure everyone has a meal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dr. Parker, you're my dad.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Let's go, Parker.
How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
20. Yes.
What's your birth year?
05.
What month?
March.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or
Yeah.
Kamala Harris. Who would you
Yeah.
rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump again.
Okay. All right. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we'll go on to our
Of course,
conversation.
of course.
Lace, thank you so much. Have you been on my stream before, by the way?
Yeah, like 2 months ago.
Okay. Alrighty, we are just looking for people who have not been up on the stream before already. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Lace, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Madeline, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Madeline, for the information. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. No, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Kaylee as well. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, that's so true. That's why there should be a safety net for everyone. Everyone deserves that safety net. There's not a single person that should go without that. It's actually so sad that not everyone's on the same board for that. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Trump?
Voted for him. Support, sort of.
And if you could go back in time with the knowledge that you have right now, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Neither one of them.
Oh, okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if we meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Parker, I'm so gassy.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Yeah, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
My birth year, 2002.
In what month?
April.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. With the knowledge that you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
So I vote for RFK.
Okay. All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Autumn, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, of course.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 27.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump again.
And what's your birth year?
1998.
For sure. And why do you support Donald Trump?
There's a few reasons, primarily immigration and the Second Amendment.
Have I already debated you before?
No, not me. I debated your friend earlier. I forget his name. Dean, the other guy on TikTok Live.
Okay. So what was the reason why you support Trump?
Protection of the Second Amendment and his immigration policies.
Okay. Second Amendment and then his immigration policies. Okay. Which one do you care about more?
It's a tough question, honestly. I think probably the Second Amendment.
Second Amendment? Okay. And how is Kamala Harris advocating to undermine the Second Amendment to a greater extent compared to Donald Trump?
The Democratic Party in general has historically tried to undermine that in all the campaigns that they ran, either from local legislature to the presidency of the United States.
Okay. In what way have they violated the Second Amendment?
How they violated it?
Yeah.
Well, we wouldn't know because they're not in office right now.
Oh, okay. Well, when they were in office, like the Democrats, how did they violate it in a manner in which you disagree?
I think a ban on bump stocks, a ban on suppressors, a ban on extended magazines, attempted legislature
Can we
to
pause there?
ban
Can we
salt
pause there?
rifles. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you know the bump stock ban happened under Trump?
Yeah, I did. but that was a ban that I didn't agree with. But I think it was forced by just the public ideas at the time due to the Las Vegas shooting.
But like, okay, so then like, what specific policy did Democrats do that you disagree with? Like, could you name a
specific policies that Democrats have do I disagree with?
Like, yeah, in terms of gun control policy or restricting the Second Amendment, because restriction of the Second Amendment would mean that the Supreme Court made a determination that the law that they passed was unconstitutional. Okay, so that did happen with the bump stock ban, right? But could you name a single Democratic policy that violated the Second Amendment insofar as the Supreme Court had to step in and rule it unconstitutional?
Like, you want like a code and like a specific law? Yeah, like I can't give you that. But a common theme,
it would have to be, because otherwise, how do you know that it was a violation of the Second Amendment?
Well, I never said they violated it. I said that they want to encroach upon it.
Oh, okay. So, in what way is it? Are they? What do you mean by encroach upon it? Actually,
it's a common theme among Democrats that on their campaign they try to say that there should be an assault rifle ban. That's common knowledge. I mean, if you watch
how does that violate the Second Amendment?
Wait, an assault rifle ban would mean so. The Second Amendment, as a literalist, the right to keep and bear arms, right?
Yeah, not all arms, though, right? Wow. So then how does that violate the Second Amendment?
Where does it say not all arms?
Well, no, the point is that you don't think that we should be able to have access to nuclear arms, right? You don't think the average American should just be able to buy an AK-47 or a minigun or an RPG, right? There are some arms that they should not be allowed to get access to. And does that violate the Second Amendment for us not to provide people access to that?
No, it depends on your interpretation, but there's also laws that prevent against
from your interpretation, does that violate the Second Amendment?
There's laws that prevent against possessing like enriched uranium. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then like, could you answer the question?
Well, anyone with a brain in their head would realize that keep and bear arms would mean firearms, correct?
Okay, so can you just legally get access to an AK-47 under your view?
Sure,
is that your interpretation?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
yes.
What about a minigun?
Sure.
Should you be able to like walk down the street in public with a minigun? Loaded?
Yeah, if you want to.
If you want to, you should. So I should just be able to walk down the street in Hollywood, right, with all people, you know, with all the golden stars are, right, and I should just be able to have a loaded minigun, and the police should not be able to take that away from me or prevent me from doing that. Correct?
Nope. Keep it. Walk down the street with a loaded minigun. Go ahead.
What about an RPG?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, RPG. Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
So we're just, you know, GTA 6 is coming to real life before GTA 6 even comes out.
Yeah, I mean, you should have like
we got GTA 6 IRL before GTA 6 actually came out. Look at that, chat. We can just walk down the street with a minigun. You could go to ammunition, pick up your minigun, get 1,000 bullets, everybody. Make sure to get 1,000. And the police, they won't stop you. You won't even get a single star. You won't get a single star for just walking down the street with a minigun. It's diabolical. Okay.
You and Dean do that really crappy Trump voice. It's not that funny.
Okay. Well, it seemingly hurt your feelings. Appreciate the heart, thank you.
No, my feelings are fine. But I do think I do think there should be checks on background checks, psychological checks. I think it should be mandatory training.
That's a violation of your Second Amendment, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah, because you're restricting gun access.
No,
if you're restricting gun access, then you're violating my right to bear arms.
No. You're making Parker. There's a difference here. Come on now.
What's the difference?
Because if you can keep and bear arms, right? Any logical human being would say we don't want someone with a history of mental illness to be able to keep an assault rifle.
Under your view, isn't that a violation of the Second Amendment because you're restricting the right to get access to an arm? Yeah, you are.
It's not. If you are a competent, mentally sane individual, you should be able to
where does it say that in the context of the Second Amendment?
Well,
based on your interpretation, if you're a literalist from this respect, where does it say that?
I'm a literalist in the right to keep and bear arms, but there has to be certain limits.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Now that's not a violation of the Second Amendment. So your limits do not include not being able to have access to a loaded minigun walking down the street in front of children.
If you're a competent, sane human being,
why did you not put a limit on? If you have limits, why didn't you put a limit on that? Like, why did you concede to that? If you have limits, why the hell would you concede to GTA 6 IRL?
I mean, there's limits to freedom of speech as well.
Ironically, motherfucker's name is Trevor. Your name is Trevor.
From GTA.
Yeah, you're literally a GTA 5 character. You think you should be able to walk down the street with a... Well, no shit. He has the position that Trevor would. Dude, you literally are Trevor from GTA.
Yeah.
Dude, this is crazy. I didn't know I'd ever be able to talk to you. Holy shit.
No, man.
Holy
Things
shit,
got tricky
man.
towards the end of the storyline, though.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, all right.
No, but I do believe that it specifically says shall not be infringed. And if you're a competent, sane individual, I don't think any type of firearm should be restricted from being accessed to you. You should be able to have it.
Okay, so if you have restrictions, then why couldn't I just say that the restriction also includes not having access to assault rifles, right? And that's still not a violation of the Second Amendment.
A violation of the Second Amendment would be limiting the certain type of gun you can have. Let's say like a Kalashnikov, AK-47. If you have a history of mental illness, you should not be able to own that gun or any other.
That's your interpretation. That's your limitation that you've imposed. So I could say that also is true for certain guns. You can restrict certain guns like a machine gun and minigun, right? Nuclear armaments, missiles, tanks, and that's totally consistent with having a Second Amendment. Because the Second Amendment, based on interpretation, does not say you should be able to have access to all arms. It just says that you should have the right to bear arms. Right, so really, the Supreme Court has established that's really only a pistol. To be totally honest with you, it's really only a pistol. Now,
when was that vote reached?
You don't really have an argument for necessarily anything more than that from a constitutionalized perspective.
Wait, where are you getting that from?
The Supreme Court.
Just a pistol. Like, where did that come from?
That's based upon a Supreme Court determination. I forget which case, so I can pull it up if you'd like.
Give me the case, because I'm curious. I've never heard that argument before.
Otherwise, the Second Amendment would apply to all guns, right?
To all, I mean, you gotta have some common sense. Like any firearm necessarily. The whole minigun RPG argument. I mean, even though so if you go to somewhere like I believe Nevada, with a Class 3 firearms license, you can have minigun, you can have rocket-propelled grenade launchers, you can have whatever you want.
Here, I have, this is from Antonin Scalia, the ultra-conservative writer, said, like most rights, the Second Amendment, the right secured by the Second Amendment, right is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose.
That's from one justice, though.
That's just an ultra-conservative perspective.
That's not a ruling, though. That's not a Supreme Court ruling.
That's a writing from the majority opinion.
But that's one justice you named.
But that's not one justice. It's a writing from. It's a writing from the majority opinion.
Yes, each justice has an opinion that they write.
Wait, but they wrote this from writing the majority opinion in D.C. versus Heller. Justice Scalia rejected the argument that the Second Amendment only a right to possess, carry a firearm in connection to a malicious service. Instead, Scalia found the Second Amendment supports an individual right to possess guns and use them for traditionally lawful purposes. This is a determination. Yeah. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Matt wants to join up.
That's the majority opinion. That's not Trevor's opinion.
Okay.
Hey, sorry. I'll be very quick.
Opinion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. But I just want to counter. He is not just one justice. He is considered to be the architect of the modern conservative justice movement. He is the one who set the stage for our modern gun laws and the modern way that we look at the Second Amendment. So he's not just some justice. Everything that we have come forward since that one case has been based on what he said. And Justice Scalia was very clear that we have to look at history and see what was actually given, and that's how you determine what kind of guns you can have. And so you can say that he just won like one justice, but every case that we've had has been based on what he said.
Damn, that fried my ass.
Yeah, I disagree with him on this case, but like his influence is so heavy that every conservative justice on the panel today uses him as the example.
I'm not familiar with the specific case itself, though.
Heller v. DC. That is like the case.
I said it, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I know.
Yeah,
You
that
were
is
reading
the
it like
case.
to yourself out loud. I couldn't hear exactly what it
Yeah.
was.
Okay.
There's Heller. There's McDonald, and then there's a very recent one that actually like gave much more of a big expansion. And so like we have actually had such an expansion of gun rights that even Democrats in the no matter what they do, they can't really do anything. Because SCOTUS has given such a large range of things that like we can do as like gun rights.
Yeah, so like I don't really understand this argument that you'd be making that there should be a violation under the Second Amendment to a greater extent under Democrats, as based upon this understanding of the Second Amendment, there's really not a distinction between their views in terms of whether or not it violates the Second Amendment, right? I could actually point to Trump in terms of how he would be advocating to violate the Second Amendment to a greater extent, because he literally called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, which is something that literally Democrats have not advocated for.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
Did you hear what I said, or you didn't hear what I
I
said?
heard like part of what you said.
Yeah, Donald Trump called for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, which is something that Democrats did not say.
Yeah, so probably shouldn't have done that. I do have another opinion, though. Do you like cool technology, like fighter jets, bombers, stealth technology?
Do I like that?
Do you find it interesting?
Not very much, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, surprisingly, I guess.
What about flyovers at like football games?
Nah, I honestly don't really mind.
You like music?
I like music, yeah, whatever my girlfriend plays.
You're such a cuck.
I'm a cuck? How does that
No,
make
I'm
me a cuck?
kidding. I'm kidding, bro. Relax. You win this one, Parker.
Okay. Alrighty. Interesting, he just left. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks for having me up, Parker. Bye bye.
Of course, man. Appreciate you. Good seeing you.
Bye bye.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Mario, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mario. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Liz with the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though. Joe, thank you for the $10. Madeline, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Evan, I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Megan with the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get the next person up here real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, Ollie?
What's up, Parker? I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
12/12/06.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? Brittany, think of the galaxy.
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Mainly because of the stance on immigration, and I'd say like a lot of his welfare policy, as well as abortion. But that's more because of a religious background.
Okay. So religious. You believe in separation of church and state?
Yeah, I do, to some extent, because I do believe that Christianity was one of the big parts of the founding of the United States. So, but I don't believe that in any way that religion should have any indication or have any effect on actual policy. So I don't agree with policy being made because of religion.
Okay, so then religion wouldn't be a reason why you hold a particular position, then it wouldn't have been relevant to bring up in this conversation, right?
Well, because that's just a moral thing. I mean, my stance on abortion is I believe that abortion should be legal up until the first trimester, and I believe that
until when?
All abortion should be legal with the exceptions, whether it's rape, incest, or the life of the mother.
Okay. Well, that doesn't happen
This
under
guy
context.
just said he would be 19, not 18 when he was born.
That doesn't happen under the context of Donald Trump's policy in terms of overturning Roe versus Wade, because there's been no federal exceptions that have been established through the context of the law.
I understand. In terms of Roe versus Wade, I agree with that decision being left to the states.
Okay, but that restricts access to abortion. Those particular exceptions that you said should be granted.
I understand that, but I think that that's an issue that should be made by the people voting, not by.
No, but you just said it should be protected,
justices.
but then you advocated to not protect it.
I think that in terms of, I'm not speaking of, just disregard the fact that what my moral beliefs is, and politically, I think that the people should make that decision.
Okay, well then, if you think the people should make that decision, why don't you think it should be left up to the individual?
Well, that's what happens. People vote.
No, it's
for abortion laws. I live in
why
Iowa.
don't you think it should be left up to the individual? That's more representative of the person. If you don't want an abortion, don't get an abortion. If you want an abortion, get an abortion.
I mean, that's just like it's a law thing. It's a law, and I think.
Yeah. Why do you think that like the certain states should be able to restrict people's access to abortion?
Well, I think people should be able to vote on an issue like that.
Why?
Because that's what democracy is.
Okay, well then why don't we do that from the context of a national perspective? Most people would vote pro-choice. So if you want to do it democratically, then why don't we do that?
Well, because we're not a entire democracy. We're a representative democracy. So that's why every state has its own set of laws.
Okay, so then but I don't know what your point is there.
My point is just that I think just think that the people should be able to should have the decision to vote rather than a panel of judges.
Well, it's not up to a panel of judges; it's up to the individual, right?
Well, no, with Roe v. Wade, it is up to
with
the
Roe
judges.
versus Wade in place, it was up to the individual.
It was up to the judges. The judges made that decision.
It was up to the individual. What are you talking about?
The judges voted on whether it should be a matter of the courts or the matter of the people, which is what it is right now.
What? No, it's the judges ruled that it should be left up to the person to make that choice.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
I just don't agree with it.
Okay. Why? Why do you want to restrict?
I had the choice,
why do you want to restrict other people from getting access to abortion?
If I had the choice, I would say that abortion should be only legal after or before the first trimester, with the exception of life of the mother, rape.
Up to what week? Up to what week?
So I'd say like 9 weeks.
Okay, so why 9 weeks?
Just because that's where doctors, for the most part, see viability.
No, viability does not happen at 9 weeks. And by the way, viability is the standard specifically for Roe versus Wade. Okay, it says that after viability, it's left up to the states. Okay, but before liability, it's federally protected in terms of access to abortion. So you actually agree with Roe versus Wade, and you didn't even know it.
Okay, I'll agree with you right there. I think that viability, I think life of the mother, I think incest and rape. But
wait.
For me,
then you agree with Roe versus Wade, bro?
If that's the decision that the judges came to, then yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then you support Roe versus Wade. You do not support overturning Roe versus Wade.
Okay, we could say that. But then again, that wasn't my strongest position. And I couldn't vote this past election because I turned 18. I turned 18 in December, so I turned 18 a month late.
So then why do you support Trump? If it's not abortion, what is it?
One of the biggest things is probably immigration.
Okay. What about immigration? Well, actually, what are your biggest concerns with immigration? How do undocumented immigrants harm our country?
So my stance on immigration isn't as radical as Donald Trump's. I think that there should be more vetting. I think borders should be tighter. I think that everybody that coming into the country should be vetted. So I do agree with more secure borders, but then I also don't agree with the very progressive left stance that anybody should be able to come to this country no matter what. The concept that nobody is illegal on stolen land. Because
I don't think anyone actually holds the position that no one should be allowed in, or I mean, everyone should just be allowed into our country. I don't think.
But let
me explain.
Okay.
So most people agree with the position that people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes should be deported. Right? That's where the left stands. Right? That's where I stand. Okay. Right now, I'm saying that people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes should be deported. But if you are in the country and you're undocumented, you haven't committed a violent crime, bad crime, I believe you should be given a pathway to citizenship, because I think that would lead to the most amount of vetting possible. Now, stay with me here. Now, if you make the process a mass deportation, people who are already in the country undocumented, their incentive is to go more into the shadows so that they're not identified by authorities so that they can stay in the country because they don't want to be deported. Okay? Which means that there are going to be people in the country who we do not vet who stay in the country. Whereas under my model, if we give them a pathway to citizenship, if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, right, that gives them the ability to go through a vetting process where they don't have to leave the country. So now more people are vetted than what would have happened otherwise. Then I would like to make the legal process go significantly quicker because that would ensure that people decide to go through the legal process rather than going through the process undocumented, which would ensure that more people go through the vetted process. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that ensures that more people are vetted overall. That also ensures that the border is quote unquote tighter because we're able to spend more times in terms of border enforcement on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes who are actually a threat to our safety and security, rather than focusing on people over 70% of the time where people are deported by ICE. Not deported, detained by ICE, right? Where they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime and they have literally no prior criminal history, right? So instead of spending 70% of their time on that, they're spending their time on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, making our border more secure in terms of safety and security, right? So that's my position. I think my position, right, leads to all of the goals that you were looking for to a greater extent than your position. Because I think that the mass deportation position leads to less people being vetted because less people are incentivized to go through the vetting process. More people are incentivized to go through the process undocumented because the process takes so long and because there's a lot of deportations for those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. And it doesn't make us safer because border enforcement is not focused on people who are actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities, right? So, yeah. I don't know what you would disagree with in terms of that perspective.
So one of the reasons that I do agree with mass deportation is just because it's one of those things where if you go to the root of the issue, is that the big failure is what you saw in, let's say, for example, the Biden administration with an influx of immigrants coming into the country. So I think before you get to that problem, because I do think that the biggest problem with immigration, one, is how long and how bad like the immigration court system is because of like the lack of, just immigration lawyers and things like that, and how immigrants to get their due process, that system takes a really long time. And that's one of the biggest reasons there's so many immigrants that can't gain their citizenship. But I think that the first problem to it, I think the first thing to the problem is you got to get them all out, the illegal ones, and then you revamp that system. So I think what's really broken is the immigration. It's the system that America put in, because yes, we're a country that should be fostering and including immigrants, because I think that's what our country is built off of, immigrants. So I'm first generation. My mom is an immigrant. She went through the whole system and things like that. So I 100% agree with that. But my mom came here she came here 100% legally. She went through the systems and things like that.
Can I pause you here? So what benefit do we get from deporting people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes that came to our country undocumented? What benefit do we get?
So I'm going to answer your question a little bit different. I'm not trying to avoid your question.
Sure.
There is no way. So the problem is, I do agree with the mass deportation. I don't agree with the way that Trump is going about it, because I do think that every single immigrant that gets rounded up by ICE should be vetted and should have their due process time. But at the same time, they're here, like the crime that they committed is illegally coming into the country. So I do think every single one of them, technically under the United States law, they're all criminals.
Okay.
But okay. That being said, they're on United States soil. I do believe that they should get their due process, and that's just a system with. I do think Trump is corrupt. I think I have way less support for him right now than I did at the election during the election.
Can I clarify one thing real quick? Not all undocumented immigrants in the country are definitionally criminals. That's one thing that's relevant to address. Secondly, Donald Trump is a convicted criminal himself. I don't just think that because there's a violation of the law that necessarily means that there should be an enforcement of said law, right? And I think that you would say that it's true because literally we're using TikTok right now. It's banned by the government, but it's just not being enforced by the Trump administration.
But Donald Trump he was convicted, he was charged, and he just got. They can't put him in jail. He's a convicted felon.
Just because he was made president, so he's not being held accountable for his crimes and put in prison because he was elected president. So if we care about holding people accountable for committing crimes, well, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. Secondly,
it's completely legal that I agree with what you're saying, but it's completely legal that he is in office because and he's not in jail right now because a judge ruled on it. So it's completely legal.
It technically is legal that he's in office, but what you're not understanding is that it didn't hold them accountable for the crime that he committed because of that. Secondly, I can also address like other conditions in which he hasn't like held people accountable for committing crimes and how he actually is violating due process rights to a greater extent. So actually, I just want to let you know the position you stated is actually the Democratic position. You don't agree with the listen. You don't agree with the method that Trump is utilizing to deport people, but you do agree with deporting people. That is literally what typical Democrats will say. Right? I'm not even trolling. That's the exact
I agree.
position.
No,
okay?
yeah, I agree. I agree with the more central position. There are just so the reason like I'm doing this right now is just because both on the left and right side, I feel like both sides are too radical, right? I don't agree with there are
What did I say that was radical?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying I'm just using this as like the platform, but I'm saying there are a lot of liberals, just like there are a lot of Republicans, like the guy that you were just talking to that said you should be able to walk down the street with a minigun. I'm pro. I'm
I don't
pro
think
gun.
that's very common. I don't think that's a common.
Yeah,
position.
no.
Now,
Yeah, but
here's
but
one
I'm
thing I
saying
can
that,
establish. Here's one thing I can establish is that just because we hear something on the live doesn't mean that's prevalent by almost everyone who's a Democrat. Everyone who's a
well, I
Democrat
hear
or
takes like
everyone who's
that all the
Republican,
time.
right?
I go to the University of Iowa. I attend the University of Iowa, and I want to tell you that the things that I hear on this campus, it's one of the most radical campuses. Iowa City is one of the most, liberal places. But granted, it's a college campus. But like I hear a lot of radical takes here, and at the same time, I'm from Iowa. I'm from
Iowa
not
as well. I
big
just
city.
want to let you know.
Where in Iowa are you from?
QC.
Quad Cities.
I grew up
Okay,
there.
so-
I moved out to LA in 2014, but I lived in Iowa for almost most of my life. So, I don't know what happened in Iowa since I left, but
Iowa City is extremely
I've
liberal.
been to Iowa City. I've been to Iowa City.
I'm from Johnston.
But I wouldn't say that the typical liberal in Iowa City is going to be radical. Okay.
No. I'm not saying
I
the
lived in
typical
Iowa,
liberal.
and I definitely don't think Iowa was very much radical liberal. Genuinely,
No, it's not.
I never got that from Iowa ever.
The rest of the Iowa City is. The rest of Iowa is not. Iowa City is just because it's a college campus.
Maybe sure, but I don't know about extremely liberal or radical liberal. Like, I mean,
It's compared to what I'm used to, compared to my norm.
oh,
If we can say that.
sure, but your norm is like pretty conservative, probably rural Iowa. Okay, you can't compare your norm to like.
I'm not from rural Iowa. I'm Des Moines area,
Oh.
and compared to Des Moines area, I think that it's a big difference for sure.
Sure, maybe. So are you
So
just saying
what-
like you go to like places where people are becoming educated and it's becoming more liberal?
No, that and can we go to that point for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's why I don't like the point when people say, "Oh, conservatives are less educated just because
true.
that's what." I mean, you can say that to a point, but I don't think that should matter because when you look at who the conservative voting population are, they're not people that they're people that work blue collar jobs, that work on farms and things like that have different. They have different needs. They have different points of views.
A lot
So
of
it's-
farmers are democratic. A lot of people who are like working blue collar.
Well, if you look at the maps in big farm counties,
but sure,
and-
sure, yeah, they are disproportionately more right wing. I don't dispute you there. Now, that's
But
true,
that's
that's
like-
not just true for farm areas. It's true for like any area in which there's a smaller town, right? Large cities tend to be more democratic. Where people are more spread out, they tend to lean more conservative.
okay, that's true. But I just don't think that just because somebody is more educated, or it's just because somebody's a conservative, that automatically means that they're less educated.
No one said that. No,
No,
I'm not saying
I'm
someone
not
is
saying you say
conservative
that.
they
That's-
are
that's a-
necessarily less educated. It just means that conservatives typically are less educated. Now, conservatives write this off typically by saying, right, colleges are liberal indoctrination camps or shit like that. That was the typical argument. Was that? But like, I mean, it is a fact that liberals tend to be more educated. That's a fact.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna disagree. I just think that if you just look at who the people that are like, and look at the exit polls, the people that are voting conservatives are just like, there are more people that go straight into the workforce, that are working your blue collar jobs, electricians, carpenters, things like that, farmers. So I mean, yes, you can say they're uneducated, but does that mean that their vote
Those
matters
are all
less?
educated fields. I'm confused.
No, when we're talking about education, we're talking about degrees. Every time I've seen a statistic, it's about college degree or attended college.
I mean, it's not just culture. I mean, you can account for those other sort of like certificates as well. But I mean, we are typically talking about degrees. What's your point though?
My point is just that that's the difference is it could be mostly due to just the fields that they work in.
Okay, let's go back to what your original point was with like bringing up that Iowa radical liberals. Right, what's the radical takes you hear? Give me the most radical liberal take.
For example, Donald Trump is a fascist. I don't think Donald Trump is a fascist. That's exactly the same to say. Conservatives like to say that Kamala Harris is a socialist. I don't think that she's a socialist. I think she's very progressive. I don't think that means she's a socialist.
I agree. She's definitely not a socialist, but Trump is a fascist. So that's not a radical take. That's not a radical take.
Okay, so does Trump push other? Does he only think that there should be one party? Does he suppress other parties?
Well,
is this a one-party state? Because you can't be a fascist in a two-party state.
Yes, you can.
Well,
right.
Fascism is one-party state.
Let me explain. Well, there are limitations to being able to get there. A fascist.
So he's not a fascist. You can be a fascist in a government system.
Listen. He can be ideologically fascist, and he just doesn't think it's practical to shift to a one-party state yet. Right? That's, you understand that they have to get to a point where they can actually do that.
So he's not a fascist.
That's like saying prior to the. That's like listen. That's like saying prior to a one-party state being established in the context of Nazi Germany that Hitler was not a fascist. That's ridiculous. Now, ideologically, he was a fascist before he was able to implement fascism. Okay? Now, let's talk about this. What is fascism? Well, I define it based upon the 14 points, okay? Would you like to go through the 14 points of fascism?
Oh, yeah, take me through it.
Okay, so the 14 points of fascism include, all right, powerful and continuing nationalism. Right, so this is something that's applicable to a lot of different politicians, but let me clarify first. Just because one thing is applicable to someone doesn't mean that they're fascist. It's most of these things together that would then indicate something.
So in terms of American nationalism,
so powerful nationalism, that's something that's actually applicable to a lot of U.S. politicians. Right?
Yeah, so I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing.
You could say that, but it is applicable to Trump. Right.
Okay.
Now,
yes.
let me read the description of it as well, so it gives you a little bit of a broader understanding. Fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia. Flags are seen everywhere, as are flag symbols on clothing and in public displays.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2, disdain for the recognition of human rights. Now, you might first think, oh, this can't possibly be true. Now, listen in. Okay. Donald Trump murdered over 60 people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had any drugs or had any affiliation with a T group, right?
I don't know. I know what you're talking about. I don't know the specifics of what happened there, but from what I've read, yes, they were drug dealers, but I don't know the specifics
of that given to Congress.
Was there an investigation in it?
There's literally no evidence that was given to Congress.
Okay, so there's no way to actually take a stance if there was no investigation taken. I'm sure there was something.
There is. They should have been. Say that they did have that. They should have been detained once they got to U.S. waters. 1, they were in international waters. 2, right, there was no evidence given to Congress, right? So then how could we make a determination that it'd be justified? If there's lack of evidence, no evidence, then it's obviously unjustified, right? If there was evidence, they have best reason to tell us and to give that to Congress, because they would then be able to not get backlash to the same degree for it from their own side.
There hasn't been a investigation in this.
There has been no investigation that I've seen from the United States. I have to check, though. I'm pretty sure that at least the UN claimed it was a crime. I'd have to check, though. I might be wrong on that. But, I mean, this isn't the only point. I can also give other points how Donald Trump has violated due process rights to a greater extent. That's literally ingrained into our Constitution, that everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is granted due process rights. So those are violations of human rights that are ingrained in the context of the law. Right, so that's obviously a point that I think would be applicable to Trump. We can move on, though. Joe Adams, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the Joe Adams. Thank you. I really appreciate the gift. Number 3 is identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause. The people are rallied into a unifying patriotic frenzy, specifically over the need to eliminate a perceived common threat or foe, racial, ethnic, or religious minorities, liberals, communists, socialists, terrorists, etc. This is obviously applicable to Trump with quote unquote Antifa, liberals, communists, and socialists, right? And I would say in other situations, like for example, Muslims, where he called for the termination of all Muslims coming to our country. Not termination, the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. So those are all examples of him identifying enemies / kibbutz unifying cause. We can also reference trans people and immigrants, or undocumented immigrants to be specific.
Can I address something?
Go ahead.
Somebody what you're talking about right now, somebody brought up the Central Park 5. You know the ad that Donald Trump took out for that?
I would love for you to respond to something that I've said. We could talk about that.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I haven't heard any errors so far.
Okay. So it sounds like we agree that at least the first three are applicable to Trump. Okay. We
to some extent, yes.
Because we have a lot more. Number 4, this is applicable to practically most politicians. So I just want to be clear. Supremacy of the military. Really all it's saying is that there's a disproportionate amount of government funding going to the military.
That's been the United States for a long time.
Yeah, that's why I specified that prior. So that one's clearly applicable to Trump. Number 5 is rampant sexism. I think this is clearly applicable to Trump. Would you like me to specify any further, or do you also agree that this is true?
I think Trump is sexist. Yeah.
Okay.
I think he said a lot of sexist things. He's done a lot of sexist things.
Okay. So far, all 5 are applicable to Donald Trump. We're going to keep going. Number 6, controlled mass media. Now we might have some disagreement on this one, but let me further explain specifically, just so you can understand kind of what this necessarily means. Donald Trump has actively called for people, or actually passed an executive order to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Right? He's called for certain media organizations to be deemed illegal. He said that TikTok should be, if he could, he would make it 100% MAGA, right? Which would mean a suppression of the other side, which would mean that I'm not here on TikTok, by the way. So that's clearly controlling the media if he could. Now, has he done this yet, necessarily speaking, within all respects? No, but he has done so within certain respects, like I already mentioned. And he does support doing so, like I mentioned, he said. So what's your thoughts on that?
I'll give that to you.
Okay. Number 7, obsession with national security. I think that one's applicable, obviously. Do you agree?
Yes.
Trump's pretty obsessed with national security? Okay. Number 8, this might be confusing when I first say it, but give me a second. So, religion and government are intertwined. Now listen real quick. Governments in fascist nations tend to use the most common religion in the nation as a tool to manipulate public opinion. Religious rhetoric and terminology is common from government leaders, even when the major tenets of the religion are diametrically opposed to the government's policies or actions. Do you agree that it's applicable to Trump?
Not entirely. No.
Not entirely. What would you push back on in terms of that one?
I don't think that he weaponizes religion to push his points.
Okay. So you don't think that he weaponizes the idea of Christianity in order to be able to, enforce certain types of, actions?
No, not more than presidents have done in the past, no.
Wait, no. It's not necessarily a comparison. It's whether or not he does that. Now, there could have been other people throughout history in the United States that have done this. Again, just because thing...
Can you tell me how he does it?
Yeah. So, his Trump Bible, specifically how he would put his hand on the Bible, specifically in order to, I think this was right after 2020, where specifically, he literally tear gassed a bunch of people so that he could put his hand on the Bible and do, a photo op with the Bible.
I have no knowledge of that.
Yeah, he constantly uses, the idea of Christianity, right, specifically to influence public opinion in terms of all of his different policies. Right, and I can give you further examples if you'd like, but those
which policies and how did he do this?
Yes, exactly. So I would say that this is oftentimes utilized in the context of abortion, and especially with his choice specifically for his vice president. He talked about how he picked J.D. Vance specifically because of the fact that he wanted, the evangelical vote, and he said that he's popular with evangelicals and that side of the party.
I think that's more. I don't think that his stance on abortion, especially from what he's publicly said, and his campaign, his policy on abortion. I think he does a good job of staying in the middle of it. He doesn't take a stance on abortion. He takes a stance on Roe v. Wade. So I wouldn't say that he pushes any stance on abortion.
Oh, and like, I mean, obviously we can also reference him talking about like claiming Christians are being persecuted around the world, right? Utilizing that.
He said that,
specifically
but I
in order
don't
to-
see how that has anything. I mean, he's pointed out genocide. I don't see how he.
Well, I don't think
he's pushing
he's
policy
doing
like that.
so in general. By the way, I think he oftentimes is promoting that to happen. But the one thing
Well,
I
that's
want to
more
reference is that
opinionated than factual.
You could say it's opinionated, but let me explain why. Right, so he still is utilizing this particular idea of religion in this context in order to manipulate the opinion of the public about certain different types of topics. Now, the reason why, I mean, this isn't even saying that like it would be a bad prescription on his half. That's a whole separate argument. Okay, this is me just saying that he's utilizing the religion to manipulate the opinion. Now, the reason why I'm saying that he's using the religion to manipulate the opinion is because I don't think he actually really holds to it much. Like, he's literally said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. That's something that he said himself. I mean, recently he even said that he doesn't think he's going to make it to heaven.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about these quotes, but I think that the stance that you're taking on his speaking out on the Nigeria stuff, I think that is. I think that that's more opinionated than factual. In terms of him using it to push a political agenda.
Wait, all I'm pointing towards is that he's referencing it from a Christian perspective. Okay.
Okay.
Like, and it's him trying to utilize the idea of religion. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's all that I'm establishing with that example. I'm not claiming an action is good or bad. That's a whole separate argument, like I said. Okay.
Well,
all I'm claiming is that he's utilizing the idea of religion to change people's minds.
So essentially, that's what the genocide is. Like that's
wait. Let me clarify though. Again, just because this is applicable to someone doesn't necessarily mean that they're a fascist, right? All I'm describing is that he's utilizing the religion to manipulate opinion. This is true for many of the candidates in the United States.
Right.
Like, let me give an example. Like, from the left, do you know who James Tellerico is?
No.
Okay, well, he's a person on the left who I think technically utilizes some level of religion to get people to change their opinion on things, right? Now, I do think that, like, for example, he utilized the idea of religion, specifically that we should take care of others, right? So that is a method of manipulating the population specifically to believe something, and it's not even a negative connotation of manipulation, okay? Now, the negative connotation would be that, right, even would be in the connotation in which, like, their particular aspects of the position are diametrically opposed, right, to the government's policies or actions on behalf of what they're advocating for. But it is oftentimes that there are plenty of different people from the left or right that utilize the most common religion in the nation as a tool to manipulate public opinion. And again, manipulation in this context is not necessarily even from your position a negative connotation, right? It's just that it's utilized to manipulate.
You're not insinuating that there's any negativity to it. You're just insinuating that it has relations with this fascist plan. Okay.
I think it has negativity when combined with all of the other aspects of the tenets, but in of itself, it's not a bad thing, right? Like, again, like from James Tellerico's perspective, I don't think the way he's using it is bad, even though I disagree with Christianity, right?
Okay. Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Okay. Continue.
So, I mean, I'll move on to the next one. Number 9 is corporate power is protected. Now, it says the industrial and business aristocracy of a fascist nation often are the ones who put the government leaders into power, creating a mutually beneficial business-government relationship and power elite. That sounds exactly like Trump.
Can you say that again?
Yes. The industrial and business aristocracy of a fascist nation often are the ones who put the government leaders into power, creating a mutually beneficial business/government relationship and power elite.
Okay, I mean, yes. I mean, I guess you can argue that Trump does that, or that any politician does that, but that's just capitalism.
Wait. That's not just capitalism. That's what's happening due to, again, what a bad prescription of capitalism, where there's corruption within the context of our system. But I do just want to clarify.
I mean, when you leave a market free, that's what happens.
That's why we need to strengthen our democracy. But I mean, we can get to that point in a second. The point that I'm making is that this is applicable to Trump.
I don't think that Trump actually does it. I think that's just the system that does it.
What about his relationship with Elon Musk?
I don't think that has anything to do with his relationship with Elon Musk. Has nothing to do with Elon Musk's success in the tech world.
No.
Because I think
Elon
Musk is a monopoly in his field, regardless of the government, regardless of Trump.
Wait, no, that's not even necessarily the claim. It's the idea that the business aristocracy, i.e. Elon Musk, was the one to put government leaders such as Trump into positions of power by, influencing public opinion, specifically by, utilizing the Twitter that he bought, specifically to then create a mutually beneficial business/government relationship in power elite. I mean, Trump's literally engaging with like Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and all the different big, tech entrepreneurs and CEOs, right? In this particular context, he's also gone up to them specifically, even big fossil fuel companies, and said, "If you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts." I can give him plenty of examples.
I think you're just explaining how American politics works.
Wait, again, remember what I said earlier. Just because one of these tenets is applicable to them doesn't necessarily mean that all of them, right? Or doesn't necessarily mean that you're a fascist. It's all of them together, right? But I am describing this is true about Donald Trump, and you could say it's true about other American politicians. And I would say that, yes, it is true about other American politicians, but that doesn't mean that this isn't applicable to Trump, just because it's applicable to other American politicians within that particular respect.
Okay.
Number 10, and you might dispute this one. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but you might dispute this one. Labor power suppress. Okay. So I do think that he does this, and he's bragged with Elon Musk that he specifically has gone after unions and collectivization within that respect. But if you want to dispute this one, I don't want to spend too much time on it because I know that this one is widely disputed.
Yeah, I would disagree with that.
You would disagree with that? We can go back to that if necessary. Okay. Number 11 is disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. This is specifically like how he undermines the consensus on climate change and denies scientists specifically in the context of Tylenol usage during pregnancy, right? Indicating that does not cause autism, right? And he's like, literally undermine funding for public research and cancer research and, obviously things that we would see to be important within that respect.
Okay.
Same thing with the Department of Education. Number 12, obsession with crime and punishment. This is clearly applicable to Trump. Law and order, law and order, law and order, law and order.
Just the concept that criminals should be punished.
Yeah.
But like out of proportion, yes.
Okay. All right. Number 13, rampant cronyism and corruption. So, this is here. Fascist regimes are almost always governed by groups of friends and associates who appoint each other to government positions and utilize government power and authority to protect their friends from accountability. It is not uncommon in fascist regimes for national resources and even national treasures to be appropriated or even outright stolen by government leaders. Now, specifically, not all applicable to Trump.
Can you reiterate that?
Rampant cronyism and corruption, that he's specifically like appointing groups of friends that he has specifically, and then they utilize the governmental power to protect them from accountability. And then specifically in terms of this respect, it's also that, I mean, I can give you specific examples. Donald Trump dropped a meme coin, made a bunch of money off that. He gets different gifts from different world leaders. He just reduced tariffs on, I think it was Switzerland, because he literally got like a Rolex watch or a time clock.
Okay. I'm gonna say I agree with you, because this is one of the reasons that set me back on Trump right away. Is I thought that his cabinet appointments were there were a handful of people that he appointed to his cabinet that probably weren't underqualified for the job.
Okay.
Bro, I didn't fucking fart.
Okay.
Jesus.
And then this is the last one. Fraudulent elections. Okay? The claim that Donald Trump has claimed, right, that the election has been stolen in 2020 is enough of a basis for me to say that. Now, think about it. That one's definitely applicable. I'm not even going to let you respond because I know that you already agree with that one. Every single one you agreed with except for like one. Okay.
Okay,
maybe you disputed two.
I'm going to agree that yes, you have a strong argument to argue that Trump is a fascist. Yes.
Okay.
I would
All
agree.
right. So that doesn't seem like a radical perspective now.
Okay, yes, I agree. The only thing is, like, I've had so many conversations with people about this, and not a single, see, like, me, someone that's, like, young and emerging into politics, I have never gotten an actual, like, intellectually, sound argument based off of that. Because most people that I've talked to just aren't as educated in that field, and they take stances based off of just what they hear. But I appreciate
that's
I
fine.
appreciate
If you-
that analysis.
If you want to look into that even further, right, the specific definition that I go off of is by Lawrence Britt. It's called The 14 Characteristics of Fascism from spring 2003. And it's specifically, he's a political scientist who specifically like looked over the different regimes of Hitler, Mussolini, Franco, and other sorts of fascist elements, or fascist leaders, and saw 14 elements in common amongst those different ones. So that's specifically the definition I go off of. I think this is one of the most comprehensive definitions, and I think it's very easy to understand. So I'm happy to see that you at least you see where I'm coming from with that perspective. So secondly, I guess what else did you hear that was like radical liberal?
I can't even dig right now, but what I will say is this. In terms of like politics, it's like someone that's like more merging themselves into like the political realm. I just don't like any type of like I don't like a ton of different conservative ideologies. I'd say I'm a little more to the right, but I'm more central, and I don't like the concept that any conservative is a hard right MAGA motherfucker or this and that. I just don't like those labels. If you get what I'm saying.
Okay, so I understand not liking labels. Labels are really just a description for other people to kind of, in a general sense, understand your position. You can't.
But I think
100%.
generalizations like that can just be harmful.
I think it's just typically that what people will utilize for a quick understanding of something without necessarily saying too many words. And then if there's like some misunderstanding, you can clarify. So we utilize language like that all the time. No one's going to 100% understand what you say for every word you say. It's just they have a general idea. And then if there's a miscommunication, you then can clarify further in the conversation.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess, is there any other reason that gets you to support Trump at this point?
I mean, no. I think if there was another election, I don't think I would obviously weigh. I'm not one of those. I'm not like a straight ticket voter. I obviously weigh based off of policy and how I align with the two. During the 2024 election, I just didn't think. I thought that I wasn't in agreement with Kamala Harris's campaign strategy. I also didn't think that she was the best candidate, because I do think that the Democratic Party should have had a primary process. And I think if there had been a primary process, I don't think that Kamala Harris would have been the candidate. But that's a conversation for another day. That's just my stance on it. I don't think Trump is, I think by far Trump is one of the worst Republican candidates that we've had in a long time. It's kind of just the only option. I think that
is over, right? It will be
that's
a live stream.
something.
It will be a live stream of like, why do you support a different Republican candidate? If you inevitably end up supporting a specific Republican candidate, you're welcome to come back on the stream.
Okay, yeah, I do. I'm not like I think Trump is terrible. I can't wait for a new election cycle, because a new presidential election cycle, because I think that it's about time that we get on a field where we have two like actual candidates rather.
Just looking for some debates. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. No, I actually haven't seen that. I'll have to look it up later. Oh, I got you, Allison. Thank you so much for the $1. I got you. Lisa, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lisa. Get some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. And Sydney, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sydney. That is so kind of you to say. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Sydney in the comment section. Benjamin, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And for the $5. Allison with the $3 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Abigail, thank you for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Off the check. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next person. I have some people to thank on YouTube once I get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We are just looking for some debates real quick, everybody. Make sure to follow me, subscribe if you haven't already. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Subscribe and follow if you have not already. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
2010.
I'm 50.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Is there a way you can turn off the TV in the background?
Yeah, hold on real quick.
For sure. I have a few people to thank while you do that real quick. Let me click on that real quick. Alrighty. Lisa, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lisa. Benson, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Santiago, thank you so much for the $2. Kingle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Santiago, thank you so much for the $5. Plant Base, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Lisa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sid Sova, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sid Sova. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just Nobody, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. World, thank you for the $2. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Fashy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely would. Am, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Am. Thank you for the $20. Lucid, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I'm the Beard. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. I'm the Beard for the $2. And Nika, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I would really appreciate it. On either thing, you can follow and subscribe if you haven't already. It's the best way to support me for absolutely free. Alrighty, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Hey, so with the Epstein files, somebody already seen those files, yes or no?
Say that again, sir?
I said somebody already seen the Epstein files from when they went to trial before. Somebody already actually seen and looked at those files before, right?
Has somebody seen them? I mean, I don't know if every single paper or every single
No.
page.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, why wasn't they released when Joe Biden was in office?
Well, to my knowledge, there are limitations to releasing it in terms of it being sealed that existed. But if any Democrats had the ability to release it, intentionally didn't release it, like knowingly, I would say that they did something wrong, and I would hold them accountable for that. I wouldn't want to support them. So
but they were sealed.
Democrat.
But they were sealed because they was involved in a court case, correct?
Yeah, it was under investigation.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So when it was involved in that court case, the people of that court case actually seen the files already, correct?
The court case. Wait, have people seen some of the files already? Some of the files, yeah.
So
I don't know
I'm
if every
saying-
single file has been seen yet, but
Okay, so when they was in court, when the files were sealed, and because they was going through a court case, the people from that court case, they didn't look at the files period at all.
through the context of a court case, I'm assuming that they did see some of the pages, but I don't know if they saw every single one of the pages. Is kind of what I was saying.
Okay, so pretty much what I'm saying is somebody pretty much already know what those papers say, whether it's everything or not. People pretty much already know if Trump names is in those papers, yes or no.
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Because see, that's what I'm trying to get an understanding of. Like everybody's saying he's guilty, this, that, and the other. So I'm trying to get a case. So if they were sealed, if the papers were sealed because they was going through a court case, that would mean somebody have already seen these papers. So somebody know what these papers say.
Maybe.
Because that's the reason why they were sealed the first time. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe someone knows.
Okay. But nobody like in Trump camp or nothing like that would know. Like,
I mean,
I
guess I don't know. Maybe they do. I'm not quite sure. I guess what's your point from this?
No, I was just saying because, for instance, like I'm be truthful with you. I was just ingenuous with you. I don't support Trump at all. I just wanted to know because everybody keeps saying he's guilty, but somebody knows what's in these papers, whether we see him or not. Somebody already know if his name is in these papers. So what I was going to say is, if his name was in these papers,
Wait.
can't somebody from the previous court case go against him?
We know that he's in the files. We know that he's mentioned. Pam Body's already indicated that to be true. It's just really how he's mentioned that's relevant, and whether or not that indicates that he's committed a crime that's relevant.
Right. So I was saying, like, so in the previous court case that I went through, his name wasn't mentioned at all, so nobody can file charges with him from the So what I'm saying is, for instance, if a female get essayed and go to court and say this person and this person did it, they would charge both people. You know what I'm saying? So if a female get essayed and she say Roger and Reggie did it, they would charge both Roger and Reggie. So being that the files was in a court case already, wouldn't a person be able to be like, oh, this person did it? So that's why I'm not understanding why the name didn't come out if somebody have already seen the papers.
Okay, so if there's what you're referencing, like women specifically in this context, I do just want to say, like, if someone has seen the papers, doesn't mean that they would specifically be able to tell everyone about it.
No. I know that part, but they would be able to, like the FBI or something would be able to start some kind of paperwork to go get all the people who was mentioned in the previous court case, right?
Sure, but think about it this way: the people appointed to the head of the FBI, who's that appointed? Who appoints them?
Yeah. I already know. That's Donald Trump guy.
Okay, so then like that probably shows there to be an issue in that context. So then here's my question: do you think that it's a hoax?
No, hell no, not at
so
all.
How do you feel about Trump saying it's a hoax?
Oh, I think he's lying. I think Trump lied about all kinds. I think Trump lied about everything.
Why is he
Why
lying?
do I think he lied about everything? Because I hear him. I watch him all the time. Like all the time. He lied about everything.
No, why is he lying about the Epstein files?
Oh, because he's in there. He don't want nobody to know. That's why I think he's lying.
Okay, so then why do you support him?
No. Like I said this about 3 minutes ago. I was disingenuous with you. I don't support him.
Oh, okay.
I just want.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up then. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's up? How old are you?
Are you down?
I have two friends here that are willing to debate you. We're all 21.
Oh, okay. And they support Trump?
Yes.
Yes. How are you doing, Parker?
Good. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Clearly Donald Trump. I mean, there's no debate there. I mean, I don't follow you fully, so I don't really. I mean, so you would be fully Kamala,
Kamala
if you would go back a year.
Here, one sec. I just need to clarify this just so that the chat.
Oh no,
knows.
you're good. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 21. I'm gonna be 22 in a couple months.
Okay, and you were born what year?
2004, baby.
And what month?
February 14th. I'm a Valentine's Day baby.
Okay. And so why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, Well, I guess I'm not. That's a bad way to start this. It's not more. I fully support him. He's the best. Blah blah blah. But yeah, I think what he's done is better than what Kamala would have done.
Kamala?
I try to stay in the middle mainly. So I'm not. I don't want to be like, oh, I love Donald Trump. No, I love Kamala. I'm right in the middle. I love to stay in the middle.
Okay. So
and
why do you support Trump?
Yeah, what's up?
Why do you support Trump over Kamala Harris?
Mainly just because of the things. I mean, honestly, I'm one of those guys that follows things I see on the internet. So, I mean, I hate to be that guy at the same time, but
okay.
You know,
what did you see on the internet that convinced you to support Trump?
There's multiple things. I do not support the way that Kamala. I mean, honestly, I know you're going to be able to correct me on this, but Kamala or
just say VP Harris.
Oh, okay. She wanted to have fully open borders, correct? Or not?
Nope. She definitely did not advocate for open borders.
Can you explain to me what she wanted for that when it comes to immigration? Because that was mainly my full thing. I really didn't understand what was going on when all this election stuff was happening. So, I mean, Trump, he's fully strict on don't fucking let anyone in. Let me get everybody out.
So let me clarify. Democrats' typical position is that people who have come into the country undocumented, they want to prioritize deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes in terms of the deportation process. So they have priority deportation. And then they also don't want to violate due process rights to the same extent as Republicans. Right, so they had a smaller condition for expedited removal. Under Democrats, it was people who have been in the country for less than 2 weeks and are within 100 miles of a border. Whereas under Trump, it's anyone within the jurisdiction of the country, specifically that has been within the country for less than 2 years.
Okay, well, damn. Okay, well, I guess where my mindset comes from is I know a lot of people who have tried to go through the process of becoming a full citizen in the United States, and it didn't take more than a year to 2 years for most of them. And I just get really confused on why all these people are complaining about they're getting deported, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you should have gone through the process. And what's your opinion on that? Why shouldn't they, why should we give them all these benefits when they just don't bother going through the process of becoming an actual citizen?
Because our current legal immigration process takes too long in order for people to get to the country. It takes multiple years on average in order for people to get into the country, plus thousands of dollars. So I think that makes sense for why people have come through the process and documented. And I think the best way to streamline a quicker legal immigration process is by providing people a pathway to citizenship if they're already in the country, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. So you said there should be a process. What is the process you're talking about? Because we do have a process, and I've experimented, and I tried to go through that process, even though I'm already a legal immigrant, and I went through it, and I just tested it out, and it's not that complicated. It's a very simple test that they need to take, and
it's not.
It is simple.
Wait, are you saying
it is very
simple test? So do you think that immigrants trying to come to our country should have to take a civics test?
They should have to take any test necessary to become a citizen here. It's very simple. All the tests I took were very simple. Who's the first president?
Okay.
What does this law mean? What does this law mean? It's very simple.
So to clarify, you do believe that they should have to take a civics test, correct?
Oh, fuck yeah, man. Oh, sorry. Am I allowed to curse on your stream?
Yeah, you are. Now let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Well, can I ask you a few of the civics test questions to see if you would pass it?
Go ahead.
Okay. What is the supreme law of the land?
Yeah, fuck no. I'm not going to answer that.
You don't know? You don't know
No,
the
not
supreme
at
law
all.
of the land?
No, these are questions. You're going to ask me all these questions, and they're questions that you can study for that do not take long to learn. And I don't have to know them because I was born here. If you are, so get this. So put this into perspective. Wait.
If you don't have to know them, then why would someone need to know them in order to be a citizen?
No. Oh, I love that you just said that, because if you wanted to move to another country, say Mexico, say any other country, and they had a test for you, aren't you going to sit there and study it every single night until you know everything, and then you're going to pass the test, and then you're going to live in that country? Yeah, well, I know you would.
Well, you might do that if you want to get into the country, but the point...
No, of course you would, but if someone's going to come into my country and think they can get this shit for free without studying, then they need to fucking study it.
Well, listen, the point...
They need to study it. They need to know everything about our country before they move there. I'm not going to go to a random country like fucking... I could... Anywhere.
Okay,
they all have different laws. You need to learn them before you go.
Hey, let's chill out here, okay?
I'm sorry, you're right. I'm getting heated. My bad. That's my bad.
That's fine. So the point that I'm trying to at least demonstrate to you is that this isn't something necessary to be a citizen. So if it's not listen, if it's not something necessary to be a citizen, then why would someone have to do it in order to become an immigrant?
Can you repeat that one more time? Say the exact same thing.
I got you. If it's not something that you need to know as a citizen if you were born here, why would someone need to know it if they're immigrating here?
It's that's funny you say that. So okay, if you're, I'm just going to bring back exactly what I just said. If you're going to a random country you've never been to, wouldn't you want to know about their laws? Wouldn't you want to know about what happened and random shit that's happened in their country? You want to know who the president is, who the ruler is, random stuff. You would want to know that, right?
Well, I think wanting to know and whether or not you're legally forced to do so is two separate things. If
No,
someone
it's
wants
legally
to,
forced in every country, on every
that
single
isn't- that
country on
isn't
the entire
necessarily-
planet.
that doesn't necessarily mean that that should be enforced in that context. Now,
No, it should
my
be
point here- hold up.
everywhere.
My point here is that these things are not necessary to know to become a citizen. I don't think you have to know these things to become a citizen. I don't think they should necessarily have to go through this, right? But I would love to provide access to a class that teaches these things for any immigrant that's coming to the country, right? They can take a class and they can learn all of these things if they need it. So this information is readily available.
Yeah,
Not only to just-
totally.
not
Totally.
only just
There-
not
there
only
should
just
always be a
hold up,
class.
hold up. Not only just immigrants who are coming to our country, but to U.S. citizens also that are already in this country, because clearly it sounds like you need to know this information because you didn't know the supreme law of the land was the Constitution. Okay.
No, I don't know much about.
Can I ask you another question? How many branches of government are there?
3.
Okay. What are the different branches of
No,
government?
legislative, Supreme Court, and the White House.
Well, I mean, you technically got close. Like it was you said the legislative branch, you said the Supreme Court, which is the judicial branch, right? It doesn't just include the Supreme Court, but the judicial branch, and then the executive branch. You said the White House, which is close. So I mean, I'll give it to
that's
some
my
degree.
bad.
Can I ask you this question? What are the two main aspects of the legislative branch?
The two main those aren't things that I know specifically. That's why I said I was in the middle. I'm not very political.
Well,
I try to stay in the middle, so when it comes to questions like this, I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, well, I just know. I'll tell you. It's the House of
Yeah.
Representatives and the Senate.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
This is gonna be like totally off topic, but I'm just very curious on your opinion on this. So when it comes to like immigrants specifically, are you pro like open the borders, let everybody in? Or are you like we need to keep this strict and keep people out and kick people out? Like I'd love to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah. So
Like full opinion.
I got you. Yeah. So my position on this is that anyone who's in the country undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship if they have not, since they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime and are not a threat to our safety and security as a community. And I think that immigration in general, the legal process should go significantly quicker. This would incentivize the most amount of people to be vetted under our system and would allow for border enforcement to focus on people.
Can I interrupt?
Go ahead.
Please. So you said you mentioned crime, and I hear that in every video. You said they have to have committed a crime to be kicked out. I guess I don't really understand that fully, because if they're here illegally, yeah, I'm going to assume that you think they add a crap ton to our economy and they're working jobs that no one else wants to work, blah, 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 blah. I guess I don't fully understand that. I don't get it. If you are illegal, you should not be here. Can you like add to that maybe?
Yeah, so I think that they haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime insofar as that they should be deported. Now, it is a crime in many circumstances to come to our country unlawfully, but I don't necessarily think that all crimes should be enforced.
Wait. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I hate to be that guy to interrupt, but before we just started this conversation, you said if they have committed a crime, they should not be here, and then you just said them coming into this country illegally is a crime, so they should immediately be allowed to leave. They should be kicked out. You just like kind of went against your point there. You know what I mean? You said if they've committed a crime, then they should leave, but you just said coming in through the border illegally is a crime, which it is, then they should leave. So I'm kind of confused. Now I'm just confused.
Yeah, I understand you're confused. Listen in real quick.
Yeah. No, go ahead. I'm just confused now. That kind of confused me.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about violent crimes and crimes that are so bad that someone should be deported. I don't think I don't think every crime is considered a bad crime. For example, I don't think that jaywalking, if it's not a threat to anyone's safety or security, is a bad thing.
Don't include jaywalking, man.
Listen. And
I'm listening, but jaywalking's fucking stupid, dude.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Would you like to listen?
I would love to. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we're talking about people who, again, in this circumstance, again, if you've jaywalked and it has not been a threat to someone's safety or security, I don't think the law should be enforced in that particular circumstance. So just because something is a crime or considered a violation of the law does not necessarily mean that it should always be enforced. For example, you're utilizing TikTok, which is banned by the federal government right now. There was a law.
Definitely.
There was a law passed by Congress specifically to ban TikTok, and it's just not being enforced by the Trump administration to be illegal. So that's another example of just because there's a certain law in the books doesn't necessarily mean that we're enforcing it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I totally agree with that, man.
Yeah, so I'm referencing certain types of crimes. So violent crimes and bad crimes insofar as that someone should be deported. So not every crime am I referencing. Yes, people have come to a country, have violated a law if they've come undocumented, but I don't think it should be enforced given that they're not a threat to our safety and security as a country.
Well, do you have... okay. Well, I'm just going to add another random topic, if you're okay with that.
Okay.
But with this border control... all these people, you say, they come in illegally, blah, 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 it's fine. If they're working, blah, blah, blah. Do you like disregard the fact that most of these illegal immigrants are bringing in drugs to this country that are killing everybody? Fentanyl, cocaine?
Now I have to kick you because you can't say those on the live. So you can't say those specific DRUG names. So you have to kick you and go to the next person. Over 90% of DRUGS that are brought into our country are brought by U.S. citizens. Over 90%. So it's actually not undocumented immigrants that are bringing that to our country. They are multiple times as likely to bring that to our country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. Robin, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ashley, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to check that. That's crazy. Abigail, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. And Steven, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. And if you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. Let's go on the next person here real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
39.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, so I voted for Donald Trump his first term, and I was an oath keeper, and I basically was fooled for sure. I'm a little conflicted now with the Marjorie Taylor Greene things that are going on.
Okay, can I actually ask you a question? If you could go back in time with the knowledge that you have right now, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I did vote for Kamala.
Kamala? Okay. Alrighty. I am just looking for some debates for people specifically in that context that would vote for Donald Trump. So people who still to this day do support Donald Trump. I appreciate you coming up, though. Theo, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm on the border, but I would be willing to hear from you on, well, I shouldn't, but
okay. If you could and you could either vote for
Donald Trump. I actually wasn't 18 at the time of voting, but now I am.
I understand. So, listen to my question. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. I would want to be persuaded.
Okay. Well, I do think that you should just listen into the context of the conversation. I do appreciate you coming up. I am specifically looking for people who do have positions on it already so far. I would say that the best thing for you to do right now would be to listen to the context of the live, and maybe I can convince you that way. I'll be making arguments when I do so. You know what's about you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Kamala.
Oh, okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We'll help get it out to more people. Let's go to the next individual real quick. 1 million likes on TikTok. Let's go. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you help me make waffles real quick, please? Like, I need.
I actually can't. I don't think I can do that through the screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Ben, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
All right. Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I don't support Trump. I was just wanting to get your.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. We're at about 1,500 likes right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 real quick. Maybe we can get to 3,000 here real quick today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, firstly, gas is cheaper now that he's president, and also on top of that, I feel like Kamala didn't really have much of a detailed game plan. It was kind of just all over the place, her campaign.
I do think she did have a detailed game plan. And then you said gas prices, right?
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Gas is more expensive since Trump got in office, according to the Energy Information Administration. So although you might feel that to be the case, it actually isn't factually true. I don't hear you while you're swiped out of the app. You have to be swiped into the app and see me for me to be able to hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you said it's more expensive now?
Yeah, according to the Energy Information Administration.
Okay, I mean, in my particular area, it's about $3 cheaper than it was 10 months ago.
$3? No way.
Yeah, well,
I don't believe you. $3 cheaper? Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big difference, but
that's not $3 is not a big difference, really? How expensive is your gas?
60.
No, I meant per gallon.
What's that?
Per gallon.
I mean, probably $5-6.
5-6? Right now it's $5-6.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck do you live? Beverly Hills?
I'm in Texas.
No, it is not $5-6 in Texas. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. You're trolling. Get off my stream. I've been to Texas. It is not $5 in Texas. Hell, it's barely $5 in LA, okay? And that's honestly because gas prices have gone up.
Hi, I love you.
Oh, appreciate it. I appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Oh, it literally just referred to that. Hopefully I don't lose viewers here because it just flagged me. Hopefully it just acknowledges it was for the last person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 24.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I voted Republican. I voted for Trump. Yeah, I agree that Donald Trump did. You know, he's kind of been lacking on what I thought he would do.
Okay,
I hit him at that.
Let me clarify real quick. Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information that you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
I would never vote for Kamala Harris.
You would never vote for Kamala Harris, so would you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I think Donald Trump has not held up to my standards that I thought he would. I admit
so
that.
you wouldn't vote, right?
If I were to go back in time, maybe not. Yeah, I guess not.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Kelly, thank you for the $4.20. Yes, we will hit that in a second. And then Sheree, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sheree. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Sheree in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sheree. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's about you?
I'm 25. What's your cash at?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, but what's your cash at though? I do.
It's in my bio. Linktree in my bio.
I need to buy you like better headphones. Like I don't know why you still use the wired earbuds.
Well, I prefer them. But if you want to send me, if you want to send me $500, go for it. Cash App, Linktree in the bio. I'll buy some new stuff if you'd like me to. Send me $500, Cash App.
Nah.
Okay. Oh, they left. That's what I thought. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I genuinely think that these are like more comfortable, and also wired. I have to do that because of the fact that it's plugged into a mix amp. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
Fuck, you got me.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates as always, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, Lee, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you as always. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's go on the next person here real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, my bad, Parker. I'm sitting here.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual real quick, everyone. Crystalline, thank you so much. I really appreciate or Gabby, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
So disgusting. You're so disgusting and low IQ. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 23.
And what's your birth year?
23. I'm sorry, what was that?
What's your birth year?
Oh, birth name? Oh, birth year, 2002.
Okay. And what month?
October.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and with the knowledge that you have right now, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably go for Donald Trump.
And why is that the case? Why do you support Trump?
We're getting a stimmy. What would see our opinion on that?
Okay, you got stimulus checks under either administration. Tiffany, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, by the way. Thank you.
All right, let me ask you this.
Okay, they just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Bled, thank you so much. I really appreciate the money, guy. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here, so do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
And do you support Trump?
I'm gonna give you that Bubba treatment, boy.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You guys bit my waffle!
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, yes, no. I
If you could
actually,
go back
I
in
was
time, you could
considering
either vote
voting.
for Donald Trump with the knowledge that you have right now, or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, probably Kamala Harris.
Okay. Madison, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Eugenia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Still waiting for the MAGA Tears Cup. Maybe sometime. Maybe sometime. Abby, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Abby. Can we get some W's for Abby in the comment section right now? Of course. Thank you so much. And Lee with the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Lee. Again, get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Do give it a second to get people up here. I do apologize, everyone. It takes some time to get people up here sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
I get troll vibe. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
And do you support Trump?
I did vote for him, yeah.
And if you could go back with the knowledge that you have right now, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Donald Trump. I think Kamala was terrible.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I believed everything he was speaking for regarding the economy and the border patrol. I think Kamala had a lot of empty answers that didn't really actually speak to people. I think were just media training.
Can you give me an example of one?
When she said that I will not take all your guns, and then said I will take all your guns 3 days
Never
later.
said that she never said that she would take everyone's guns. She never said that.
Look at her Twitter before the political debate, the presidential debate in November of last year. Yeah, it's true. She did say that. I was watching
She
it
never
live.
said take everyone's guns. She never said that once.
I was watching it live. Yeah, she did.
Okay, you're lying. You're trolling at this point. I'm just gonna kick you because
I'm
you're
not trolling.
making a joke statement.
Because you can't argue.
Dude, you literally made a false and incorrect statement. It sounds like you're trolling.
That was on Twitter that she posted.
She never posted she wants to get rid of every single gun. Do you wanna show me this?
I mean, I don't know how I would show you.
Yeah, you can find it and then you can tell me where to find it.
Okay, will you give me a minute then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fashi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. We're almost at 2 million likes. We're at 1.2 million. We can easily get it to 2 million. I think we got this. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I think we're on the way to 3,000 right now. Let's see how many we're at right now. We're at 1765, actually. Do give it a second, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here, so I do apologize. He's going to find this information that apparently Kamala Harris said that she was going to take every single person's gun, even though she's a gun owner herself, by the way. Alrighty. Let's look for another individual real quick while he's finding that information. The Noodles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Mainly because of the SNAP benefits and issue.
Actually, hold up. How old are you?
21.
And what's your birth year?
10/15/04.
Okay. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Mainly just the SNAP benefits issue.
And what about it?
So this is mainly based off of personal experience, but I worked for vendors and retail marketplaces for maybe 5 years, and I have seen hundreds of different people absolutely abuse the SNAP benefit system. And I'm not necessarily saying that like we should get rid of them, but I'm wondering how we can maybe like decrease the abuse from SNAP benefits.
Okay. So then is there any policy that Trump has passed that specifically would decrease the level of quote unquote abuse?
Not necessarily, but I'm hoping he would, and I'm wondering if like maybe Kamala Harris or Democrats could do that.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like either side specifically has a policy to address that. So then why would this be a particular position as to why you would support one side over the other, given that it's not even a differentiating position?
Because mainly the right has brought it up more than the left. Like the left has kind of just blown it over as like a non-issue, and the right has blown it up as an issue, and I see it more as an issue than a non-issue.
Okay, but neither side has addressed this in terms of policy, so how do you actually like say you support one side or the other? Because neither of these...
Well, Trump said that he was going to cut SNAP benefits, and I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily agree with that, but I would agree with trying to stop fraud in SNAP benefits.
But none of this addresses fraud. It cuts people off of it that need it. 420,000 children are cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the Big Beautiful Bill. It cuts 2.5 million people on average every single month off their access to food stamps. I think that's bad.
I do too, but I don't see kids benefiting off of this. I see fat adults benefiting off of this.
No, we see
and
kids.
again,
like what I referenced, 420,000 children cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the context of the Big Beautiful Bill. And the fact that you just try to use the fact that some people
Wait, did you just say 420 million children?
420,000.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
On average every single month. And the fact that you just tried to utilize people specifically being quote-unquote fat in order to say that they shouldn't be able to get access to food is fucking sick. Like, everyone should no person should go without food.
You think a 300... Okay, I don't think a 300-pound person should go without food, but I think that they should be lessened on the amount of money they're given a month.
That's
for
ridiculous.
SNAP benefits.
That's ridiculous.
That's
You're saying-
ridiculous?
Yeah, because you're saying because of someone's weight, they should have a reduction in the amount that they can get from groceries? That makes no sense.
Yeah,
That's sick.
they're abusing SNAP benefits.
That's sick. I'm sorry.
How is that
difference?
sick?
You know, difference in weight is determined by things that have nothing related to choice in plenty of circumstances, right?
You think a 300-pound person is a result of a thyroid issue?
I think yes, in plenty of circumstances
Okay.
that's the case.
All right. Well, I respect your opinion, but I don't agree with that. I don't think a 300-pound person...
I don't respect your opinion. I think that's ridiculous. And I also don't
Okay,
think that this
well-
would be I don't think that this would be applicable even to most people, specifically who are on SNAP benefits. And even if it was, it doesn't mean that they should be restricted. That's a ridiculous reason to restrict someone from access to food stamps. By the way, this is a small portion of your overall budget, very small portion of your income every year going into SNAP benefits. The fact that you focus so much specifically on that instead of focusing on the fact that there is so much of your money going to corporate subsidies, there's so much of your money going to massive and big businesses through the context of the big and massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Right, the fact that you don't focus on that is such an issue.
Oh, well, to be honest, I voted for Kamala, but I was strong with you. But
Oh wait,
I
so
do
you
support
don't
cutting
actually support Donald Trump? Okay.
No.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Please don't troll with the live, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all, and we got to keep it going. I have an hour and 40 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. If you use up all the time, I don't get debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are you Ben Shapiro? Ben!
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 31.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, sort of.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the knowledge that you have right now. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, I might vote for Kamala Harris.
Okay. Hey everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
I was born in 2006, August.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump still, yeah.
I'm sorry, if you're actually younger than 19, can you tell me right now?
No, I'm sorry. I got a problem with my voice. I'm sorry.
So you are 19?
Yes, I am 19 years old.
Okay, when did you graduate high school?
I graduated this year, yeah, in
When you were 19
May.
years old?
No, in May. I graduated in May
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
In August.
In August? Okay, and so you were how old when you graduated?
I was 18 when I graduated.
Okay. All right, so why do you support Trump?
I like that he's a good Christian man with good Christian values.
Okay, what Christian values?
Well, he's got a Bible. He's good with the people.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I apologize if I'm wrong, but it's better to stay safe than sorry, I guess. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hey everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
January 2007.
Okay. And if you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump.
And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he is very much for the people, and I support his tax cuts.
Okay, is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
And then what about his tax cuts do you like?
All right, hello?
Yeah, what about his tax cuts do you like?
I like how he was cutting taxes for, I think it was working class people. And I've seen personally a lot of benefit in my family from his tax cuts.
Okay. So what specific benefit? Like what tax cuts did you benefit from?
I don't know particularly because I live with my parents, but I've definitely noticed that they've had a lot more money coming into the household for groceries and to support us.
Okay, so do your parents make over $400,000 a year?
I can't particularly tell you that, but I believe it might be just a little bit under that.
Okay, well then you would actually pay more in taxes under Trump's administration because of the fact that tariffs have been implemented. Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts that were applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. So the only income that would be taxed is on income over $400,000 a year.
Oh, okay. I wasn't very informed about that. I just knew he was making some tax cuts.
And then if you want to reference like the level of taxes that existed, the prior tax plan was the Trump tax plan. So if you felt like you had higher taxes, so that was Trump's tax plan.
Can you repeat that first half one more time?
Yeah, we've been under Trump's tax plan the whole time. So it couldn't have been because of Democrats that you would have higher taxes, because we've been under Trump's tax plan.
Before he was in office?
Yeah, we were under the Biden-Harris administration. We were still under Trump's tax policy.
Okay, so when he first got in office, it was still his tax plan or Biden and Harris's tax plan?
When he first got in office, this administration, they were specifically still under the previous tax plan, and they were going to establish what was going to exist for the next set of years.
Okay. And can you? So when he got in office, grocery prices as well. I know you talked about this previously because I've been watching your live streams for I think it was a couple of days now. He is cutting grocery prices in stores as well.
Grocery prices have increased since Trump got in office.
I was just at the store like 2 days ago and the prices were down.
Me too. Prices are up. If you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you can see grocery prices have gone up across the country, nationally.
And where can I see that?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Is that the name of the website?
Yeah, look up Bureau of Labor Statistics, grocery prices.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Hey, Colton, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I definitely will look into that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then Flurry, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Flurry in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind of you. For the $40 on Venmo. Thank you.
Consumer price. Where is it?
Did you see?
I'm currently on the website. I'm trying to find it right now.
For sure.
Numbers. Let's see.
Do give it a second. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think you have to close out the chat to be able to hit that thumbs up. I think right now we just are about to hit 2,000 likes. We're about 100 away from hitting 2,000 likes. So if you would like to like the stream, I would really, really, really appreciate it. And then we can go on the route to 3,000. I'd really appreciate that.
Okay, I am seeing that like throughout the whole country, it is going up. But for me personally, in my area, it's been going down a little bit. So I don't know if that's just
okay. So that likely isn't related to Trump's policy, and that could be your local area. For some reason, I don't understand how almost every Trump supporter that comes up on the stream lives in some special area in the country where no one else lives, where they have like special prices that are lower than everyone else. Genuinely, like, you know, that's not what everyone else is saying.
I mean, I don't know either. I can't speak for everyone else in the country. It's just me personally in my area. Now, I
wonder
live,
how all your prices are lower. That's interesting.
I do live in a MAGA household. I don't support Trump on a lot of his things.
Wait, I have a question.
But I would still
do you even
think
grocery shop? Like,
sorry,
do you grocery shop for your family or no?
I go grocery shopping with them typically to help assist my my grandma and my mother. So I do see the prices and everything. And it previously under Biden, it was up a lot, like at least by like, sorry, I'm trying to think real quick. I would say like $50 after we're done shopping. And it definitely has gone down a lot under Trump.
Well, I just want to let you know that's definitely not true in terms of what the statistics indicate. Now, maybe you have the special super grocery store that I'd love to hear which one it is. You know, so that we can all go there and save some money.
It's just Walmart, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Don't think there's any evidence that it's become less expensive since Trump got in office. But
and would you like to talk about ICE?
Yeah, we can. I mean, do you defend them?
Okay. I think what they are doing is for a good cause. Because I see some of the, on TikTok, a lot of the things that people are recording them doing, which is like kidnapping people basically. And I don't support that, but I do support the cause that they go for. Because I live trying to get illegal people out that are causing crime.
Okay. If you're referencing people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, then why are over 70% of detainees of ICE, right, with someone with no prior criminal record?
Maybe it's like a misunderstanding. Is it like, are those people that are being deported or just detained?
Those are people detained.
Well, are they then released after being detained, or are they being like continue to be like deported?
Some are, many are deported, right? But the reality of the matter is that they are specifically deporting people who have no prior criminal record. And the 70% just being a misunderstanding would be ridiculous. Now, not only just that, but also the fact that if we provided a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, where they do not have to leave the country, well, then border enforcement can focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, rather than focusing on those that have no prior criminal history.
Yes, I do agree that they should focus on those people that are committing bad crimes and violent crimes. But what if those people, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to bring a bunch of what ifs because those are not relevant at all to this, but a bunch of those people, what if they have the, sorry, I'm trying to think right now. It would be ridiculous for it to be a misunderstanding. Again, I do not support that at all, but they are reducing crime rates in areas that have high crime rates. Well, I'm just referencing my area, the DMV. I've noticed less crime where I go and I walk around.
I don't think that's going to be relating to immigrants, right? Because I don't think that you could tell prior before the immigrants were committing these crimes, because you can't just tell by looking at people that they were committing crimes, right? And undocumented.
I'm talking about like news stations. I haven't seen much like, oh, like there's been a violent shooting here and there after all of this, or like, just general violence on the news. I haven't seen much of it.
Okay, so
since this has started.
Okay, so is there any evidence this has anything to do with immigration, or is this maybe just a correlation causation fallacy? Because correlation causation fallacy means that two things are associated, doesn't mean that one caused the other. So just because it is the case that you generally see less violence now does not necessarily mean that, one, there's less violence, and two, it doesn't mean that that was caused by immigration. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. I think you did get me on that point.
Because think about it this way. Like if you buy a Prius and then you see a lot more Prius on the road, right? Then that doesn't mean that more people have bought Prius, right? That just means that now that you've bought a Prius, you're more likely to recognize when you
notice
see a Prius. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Huh. Okay. Well, damn, I kind of got fucked on that point, huh? Also, can we talk about this Antifa stuff that I've been seeing?
Oh yeah, are you Antifa?
Sorry, am I Antifa?
Yeah, are you Antifa?
No, I'm not Antifa.
So are you neutral or pro-fascism?
Sorry, wait.
Yeah, like, say that again? Yeah, so are you neutral or pro-fascism?
Oh no, I'm neutral. I'm not fascist.
You're neutral? You're neutral to fascism? You're not against fascism?
Oh no. I'm completely against it. Like I don't support it at all.
So you're Antifa.
Wait.
Yeah, Antifa just means that you're anti-fascist. Vicky, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Thank you. So I'm Antifa. You're Antifa. We were Antifa during World War II fighting the Nazis. Right? That's Antifa. So the idea that Antifa is like some threat we need to deal with from a governmental perspective is ridiculous, because we should all be Antifa, right?
So then what's this group that
there is no particular group or organization. There's no organization or group called Antifa, right? It's literally just the Trump administration saying anyone specifically that is literally protesting against them is called Antifa. And they're trying to associate it with violence. Don't know why, because they should be Antifa. It's almost like they're admitting that they're the fascists, and people who are against them are anti-fascist.
So these groups that they are claiming are going around and attacking like ICE facilities and stuff on
there's no
King's Day rallies
Antifa, there's no organized Antifa group.
Because I thought that, because when I was watching the news during the No King's Day rallies, I was thinking these groups of people in this organization were going after ICE agents and everybody.
So there are people doing that, but there's no organized group called Antifa.
Okay.
Like, of course, there are people doing those things, but again, that doesn't mean that it's quote unquote Antifa. This is just something used by the right, like Trump and Fox News, to try to categorize people as like quote unquote violent and dehumanize them. right, by referring to it in that context, by calling them Antifa, sort of using Antifa as like a negative connotation, which is ridiculous because everyone, again, should be Antifa, and there's no organized group of Antifa. Amy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Amy. I really appreciate it. Elle, thank you for the $10.
So do you think that these groups that they are claiming are doing this are in no way, like, how do I explain this? Like, banded together to form some sort of organization to commit these acts of violence against?
No, there might be some organizations that do stuff like that, but nothing called Antifa.
Okay, so that's just a label that they slapped on these people to like generate propaganda.
Yeah, to generate to generate propaganda and to create a boogeyman.
Okay,
yeah, you actually completely got it right.
And then they're using that label that they slapped on them, Antifa, to basically like make
like fearmonger
anti-fascism like as like a bad organization, is not organization, but like
or viewed
bad
in a negative
process.
connotation. Yeah, or that Antifa being anti-fascist is viewed in a negative connotation. Now, to me, this almost to me seems like they're trying to use code language, right? Like utilizing Antifa to have a negative connotation associated with it to stigmatize Antifa, so that they can generally get people to accept fascism to a greater extent, right? Like subconsciously. I think that's specifically what their goal is. Now, you could say maybe you don't have evidence for that, but sure, right? But I would say that Trump is a fascist, so that's going to be my basis for why they're probably trying to do that.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense now that I think about it.
Yeah.
And also just another point to kind of like brush against Trump being a Christian and supporting God and all this, because I know that me personally, I'm not Christian. I actually think I'm the same like religion you are, agnostic, atheist. So I don't really believe in any God or higher being entirely, but I know that a lot of people are saying that Trump is Christian and they're just supporting him based off those beliefs. A lot of my people, like a lot of my family are, and they're making claims that like you should like get rid of pro-choice basically just because like,
a few things here.
Baby.
Yes, I got you. So, a few things. No one utilizes their religion in politics. Practically no one, unless they believe in some theocracy and they think every sin should be illegal. Essentially, if you utilize religion to influence your particular prescription on politics, well, then you're saying things like telling your kid Santa Claus exists should be illegal because it's sinful. No one says that. Everyone has personal values to demonstrate what they think the law should look like, and they believe in a separation of church and state, and they think religious reasons are not good a reason to make the law a certain way. Otherwise, they would think every sin should be illegal, which would be ridiculous. So, I mean, that's the way that you can respond to them. And then there's no reason to say that abortion uniquely should be illegal unless it's just based upon their particular prescription from a personal standpoint. And if they try to appeal to their religious beliefs, you tell them, okay, why specifically apply one religious belief under the context of the law, but not the other? Like Trump has committed adultery on multiple occasions, right? But yet specifically, like we would say that he shouldn't be put in prison just for committing adultery, right? He should be put in prison for committing other actions, but not just for committing adultery, right?
I mean, me personally, I'm very much against cheating. I've had many run-ins with that, and I mean,
yeah, I'm very against it as well. Like I'm not pro cheating. I definitely don't like cheating. I think it's incredibly immoral, but I don't think that cheaters should go to prison.
I mean, but I believe that there should maybe be some sort of repercussion. Not like
how so?
I would say like
how do you enforce
prison time? Like for instance, if you're like married maybe, and
yeah, so Trump cheated on every single one of his wives. What should be his punishment?
I mean, maybe some sort of like fine in some way, maybe.
How much should Trump have to pay out to his ex-wives?
Well, maybe like, okay, let me think about this. I was thinking maybe like 5% of your annual income, not annual income, sorry, like annual income should go to your significant other during the divorce process.
For how long?
During the entire divorce process until it's like.
So couldn't Trump just claim losses as income?
Huh. Yeah, I guess, yeah, there is ways to get around that.
And then wouldn't that mean that they have to pay him?
Shit, yeah. Yeah, there definitely is a lot of loopholes in that, actually.
Yeah, but like, so you want people to have to pay alimony for cheating?
Yeah, basically.
So that would be through the context of a divorce, anyway.
Yeah, like if they
and then cheating can increase the amount of alimony that you get. Okay, but that's not the law, right?
No. That's not the law. That's just what I personally believe should happen.
I meant like it's not like a criminal action. So like, why should one sin be criminal but not the other? It's a violation of one of the 10 Commandments to commit adultery. Why shouldn't that lead to prison time?
Because I personally believe that. Because I know that there's a lot of reasons why people cheat. Like, for instance, if you're with your significant other for a long period of time and you create such a bond with them, but then you just fall out of love and you fall in love with another person.
Let's not necessarily give reason for cheating, right? I think in typical, like, there's not a good reason to cheat, right? Like, I think that I would say in any circumstance you shouldn't cheat.
It's wrong and should have some sort of like, not like entirely lawful, like just like an alimony, like some sort of repercussion for cheating. But I don't think it should be prison time, because spending time in prison.
Okay. So then again, why should say, for example, abortion lead to prison, but adultery should not? What's the relevant difference? If you're utilizing religious perspectives to determine whether one should be illegal and lead to prison time, but the other one shouldn't, how could you come to a determination of one leading to prison time but not the other one if they're both violations of the 10 Commandments?
Sorry, I just have a real quick question. Where are you getting this abortion should lead to prison time? When did we ever discuss that abortion should become prison?
Oh, okay. So let me clarify. You don't think abortion should lead to prison time? Because that's the pro-life perspective, right? That abortion should lead to prison time because they think it's murder.
Wait, is that like in the law currently?
Well, Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which allows for certain states to make it illegal to get access to an abortion, which has happened.
But then in the Supreme Court, they never decided it should be prison time, right?
The Supreme Court established as law of the land that Roe versus Wade said that everyone can get access to an abortion in any state prior to the point of viability, and then after the point of viability, it's left up to the states to determine whether or not people should be able to get legal access to it. That's what Roe versus Wade established. When Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, that specifically left it up to the states in all circumstances.
Okay, and then the states then decide if it should be prison time for getting an abortion.
Yeah, under that perspective, which prior, that was not allowed for the states to do that prior to the context of viability. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. I was not aware of that. Most people thought it should be right to put people in prison for just getting abortion. I was aware that some people were discussing the death penalty for abortion, which I completely do not agree with at all. It makes no sense that just because you got an abortion, your life should be ended for that.
Yeah, that'd be absurd.
You're basically getting no benefit out of that.
Of course, that would be absurd.
So, I mean, again, I really don't think it should be prison time for just getting an abortion. I mean, at most, if you really want to put like amount of time, maybe like a month or something, or not a month, maybe like 2 weeks, I would think that would be reasonable in some states. But I believe that prison should only be reserved.
Sorry.
If you really want to put someone in like some sort of jail or prison, at most for like a week, I really believe that prison should be only reserved for the most like.
Okay, wait. So then you think someone should go to jail for a week, which that wouldn't even make any sense. I think that's crazy to do anyway. But then you don't view it as murder. That's like my point then, because like you don't think murderers should only go to jail for a week, right? So if you don't think it's
No,
murder,
I
why
don't-
should they go to jail?
I mean, me personally, I do not think it is murder, but I do think it is wrong to an extent.
Okay, if you think it's wrong, then you think it's murder. Can you define murder for us?
Murder is the wrongful termination of life.
Okay, so if you think it's wrong, then you think it's murder, right?
I don't.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do see what you mean.
Okay,
I
so then here's
personally
my
view it
point.
as-
You don't view it as
Okay.
wrong, right? And that's why you think it's not murder. And that's why you think it shouldn't be illegal, right? Or at least you said like 1 week or something, that you don't think that someone should go for 1 week. And even if you did, that means you don't view it as murder because you don't think murderers should go to prison just for 1 week. That would be absurd to say, right?
Yeah, it would be absurd to say. I
Okay,
mean,
so that's why you don't view it as murder.
yeah, I do think there should be some sort of repercussion, though.
What repercussion? Why? For what? If it's not murder, then for what?
I mean, then again, thinking about your other arguments, yeah, it does. Yeah, it isn't wrong because it is their choice in the end. But then I do think life should prosper at the same time. So I think it is wrong to deny the ability for something to be alive, something that you and your partner created.
Okay, I have a question then. Do you think IVF is wrong?
Sorry, repeat that.
Do you think IVF is wrong, in vitro fertilization? It's a process that people will use when dealing with fertility struggles, right? Specifically so that they can have children. And through that process, they create many zygotes and embryos that they discard and end up not using. Under your perspective, it would be immoral for them to go through that process and discard the embryos and zygotes because it is the case that they could have been a life in the future that would have continued because they were living. Zygotes and embryos are living. Right, so if you discard them, it technically kills them, but I don't think that you consider them people because they don't have subjective experiences and will never have a subjective experience.
Yeah, because they are not like
discard them.
sentient beings. Yeah.
Okay, so sentient beings, so you value them once they're sentient. Well, that doesn't happen until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. Therefore, why would you specifically say that prior to that point, it should be considered wrong or illegal?
I'll admit I wasn't very educated on when like they become sentient. I thought maybe like a couple, like not like a couple weeks, but like halfway, maybe like 3/4 way through the pregnancy, they become sentient.
Yeah,
and I don't really
24
know.
weeks in the womb, and that's the point in which I would consider it valuable. But at that point, no one's deciding to have lethal elective abortions. No one chooses to do it at that point.
I'm sorry to ask this. Is that even an option at that point in time?
To get access to a lethal abortion?
Yeah, past like 20 weeks of pregnancy. Is that even an option?
Is an option. It's just no one decides to do a lethal elective abortion at that point.
Okay.
And I think it. Actually, my position on this is progressive over time. I think it should be legal, because I think that there's no one who's really doing it, who's doing it in those particular circumstances. And I think that putting a law in that circumstance would just restrict people who medically need to get access to it from being able to get access to it because of all the different exceptions that have to be put in place in the first place. So there really doesn't make any sense for there to be a law at that particular point.
Okay, I think that at that point where they become sentient, that it is murder to abort the baby once it is sentient. But before that, I would be okay with an abortion since it is not technically sentient and it is not like, I can't really say it's not a human at that point because it is still a human, but you know, it's not like a sentient being. But anything after that, I will technically view it as murder.
Okay. So, and if it's after sentience, you view it as murder, then that's still a pro-choice position, right? So you think most abortions that happen, right, should happen. So then,
I mean,
you
I'm
essentially
somewhat
agree
in
with Roe
between,
versus
so-
Wade. Because viability is essentially in line with sentience.
I think I'm somewhere in between pro-choice and pro-life. Because, like I said, I really don't.
It sounds like you're pro-choice. Because pro-choice just means that you think at least most abortions should be legal. Yeah, that's a typical understanding of pro-choice, right? So if you believe that up until around 24 weeks that people should be able to get access to an abortion, well, then you essentially align with Roe versus Wade.
Yes, I just don't think.
So then you hold a
after
democratic
those
position
weeks-
on the matter.
Okay, even if I don't think that it is right after those couple weeks of sentience to get an abortion, and I think that at that point there should be a cutoff.
Yeah, you're talking in elective circumstances, right?
Yeah, essentially.
That's still a pro-choice position, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that is all I really had to say. Thank you for your time, Parker.
All right.
I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I guess I'll be staying watching
All right.
until you go
Well,
off.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, man.
All right, see you.
Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Rad, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you very much. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick, and then we're going to go on the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Charles, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Robin with the $5. Thank you. Adri, thank you so much for the $5. David, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. King, thank you for the $2. Suzanne, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. L Valentine, thank you for the $10. Roxy Lee, thank you for the $2. Adri, thank you for the $10. Joe with the $5. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Alright, it's not accepting that. Let me try the next person. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I have a question. Why isn't Mark Epstein in jail if
Sounds like they were young. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey guys, spam happy birthday Parker in the chat.
It's not my birthday. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Anna, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I did not mean to join.
Oh my god, now they actually have people treating this as my birthday. You hold up, chat. You guys are actually gonna make people think it's my birthday. Oh my god. When's your birthday? It's April 7th. Imagine someone sends me a donation. Yo, happy birthday, Parker. I'd be like, no, it's not actually my birthday.
Love you, Parker. I love you.
So gross.
Look at you, right?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I don't even know what they were showing. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Happy fake birthday. That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
What?
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
July 21st.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Yehoshua, thank you for the $2 for happy birthday. Just messing. That's crazy. What's my live schedule tomorrow? I'm guessing later. Actually, I think it's early in the morning. I'm guessing it's morning time. And I think, thank you so much, Connor. I appreciate the $1 for happy birthday. Thank you. Naomi, thank you for the $5 for happy birthday. Oh my gosh. Burhan, thank you so much for the $2 for even though it's not your birthday. I want to celebrate my birthday, which was 11/5. Giving you mine. Oh, thank you so much. Happy birthday. Happy late birthday. I really appreciate it. Emily, thank you for the $20. Thank you for happy early/late birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Crazy. All right. So why do you support Trump?
Removing abortion. I mean, like, it's so evil. I don't even get, like, how people try and defend it. I mean, it's like murdering a human being.
Okay, why do you think it's murder?
It's the unjustified killing of a human being.
Okay,
So-
what makes you think it's unjustified?
I mean, like, if you kill a newborn because you can't afford it, that's unjustified. And if you kill, like, a fetus because you can't afford it, that's also unjustified, you know?
Well, you want to know what's crazy? A newborn is sentient, right? A zygote, an embryo, and a fetus prior to sentience is not sentient.
Right. I mean, like, it's still human, though. I mean, like, you could say, like, a newborn under
Do you think
anesthesia.
it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No.
Okay. So they're still cellularly speaking alive.
I mean, no, I don't. It's wrong to kill them because you're depriving them of a future consciousness or sentience. I don't know the difference, but
Okay. Well, do you think IVF is wrong as well?
IVF. I mean, I would say like it's somewhat wrong. Like the way they're doing it, like removing, like throwing like hundreds of.
What do you mean somewhat
human
wrong?
zygotes away.
It would actually be serial murder under your review because they're discarding multiple zygotes and embryos that could have had a future.
I mean, yeah, you're right.
You are
It is
depriving
wrong. It
them
is
of
wrong.
a future.
Yeah, it is wrong. I don't know why I said it.
Okay,
It
so
is
then
wrong.
you think that it should be banned and illegal to engage in the usage of IVF, and people who do engage in the process of IVF, they should be put in prison for murdering multiple people, for serial murder?
I mean, I don't think the people that like ask for IVF should be in
But
prison.
why
but,
not?
like,
Why not? They literally ordered for them to be murdered under your view.
I mean, like, oof. I don't know.
You don't know how to get out of that one, huh?
It could definitely be like different. Like it could be changed in a way where they're not like discarding millions or not like.
Okay, but for the
hundreds
people
of human
who do,
beings.
for the people who do discard multiple, you're saying that they should be put in prison for murdering people?
I mean, murder is like premeditated, right? Like I don't think they know,
Okay, so
doing it on
manslaughter?
purpose. I mean, yeah, I think like
Yeah,
I don't know.
Put him in. And by the way, IVF is premeditated.
No, like discarding like the human beings. Like I don't think that they know. Like they're doing is wrong, If that makes sense.
Wait, there are plenty of people that commit murder that they might not think it's wrong. That doesn't mean that's not murder.
Like what?
What? There are serial killers that murder people who don't think it's wrong. Should they not be put in prison because they don't think it's wrong when they do it?
All right, you lucky got me right there. I don't know. I mean,
you don't know. Okay.
Nah,
Well,
I mean, like
while you think about it, I have a few people to thank real quick. Stephanie, thank you for the $20 for happy fake birthday from a fellow Aries.
Happy
Thank you
birthday.
so much. I really appreciate it. It's not my birthday. Naomi, thank you for the $5 as well for happy birthday. Oh my gosh. Romy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30 for happy no birthday. Okay, I guess that works. Thank you so much, Romy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $1 for a very merry unbirthday to you. Okay, that works as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Burhan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Happy late birthday. Happy late birthday. I have a few people to thank on YouTube as well. A few people to thank on YouTube. Stacy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm the Darkness. Thank you for the $5. Alexander, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat for happy birthday, Parker. Oh my gosh, no. Is this becoming a thing now? Alexander, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you. I think I did catch up to there as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley as well with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, IVF mom, we know what's going on with the embryos, blastocysts. It's ignorant for the guest to think that we spend thousands, right? Hold up 1 second. Thousands and don't know what we're doing. That's true. That's true. The happy 50th birthday is crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Did you hear me, Pablo?
Wait, what?
Yeah, so They said that they are involved with the process of IVF. They're an IVF mom, and they said that of course they know what the process of IVF is because they've spent thousands of dollars on it because it's pretty expensive.
Right. I mean, like I was talking about like the punishment for it. You know. I don't know. I really forgot to like think about that part. Like IUDs, IVFs, like the little tiny zygotes, frozen.
Yeah, those are definitely things that you have to reconcile with under your perspective.
Yeah, looking forgot about that. I mean, is it that extreme?
That's why
to
you
say?
don't actually hold that view. You don't actually think it should be it should be illegal. Come on.
I mean, like they're all human beings, though, right? I mean, they're just killing them. I mean, is it really that extreme to say like, you know, if you dump out a tray of human beings that you deserve?
I don't think that they're human beings. If you dump out a tray of zygotes and embryos and blastocysts, right? Do you think that that's specifically immoral?
You what? They are human beings.
Yeah, do you think it's immoral? If the people who specifically created them think it's okay to do you think it's immoral to do that?
Wait. You just said that they weren't human beings. They are.
They're not.
Zygotes?
Yeah, zygote's not a human being. Do you want to know
Fertilized
why
zygote.
I consider it not a human being?
I mean, biologically, I think it is a human being. I mean, you can consider it not.
It's human cellular life, but not a human being under my view, because human being under my view is tied to the idea of personhood, which doesn't begin until it's sentient.
So you see a fetus with like all 4 limbs, all 10 toes, all 10 toes. You don't think it's a species of any kind?
Do you think a brain dead individual is a person?
No, they're still human though, right?
So you think they're a human being?
They are a human being, right?
Well, okay, how about this? Do you think that they're an alive human being?
I mean, a brain dead person is an alive human being, yeah.
Okay. In the context that we typically use medical life, they aren't. They're medically considered dead.
They're not alive. Right.
Yeah. So
but they're still like a human being.
Well, if the human being is tied to the idea of having life, and they don't have medical life under our prescription, well, then that would mean that they're no longer a human being.
Right. I mean, yeah. But like, that's the thing. Like, brain dead people,
human cellular life, but they have died, so they're no longer a human being. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, I get the brain dead person. Like, they're like basically dead. But like, the fetus at like 20 weeks that has all 4 limbs, about to gain consciousness. That's alive. Man, that's a human being, right? Like, it's kind of weird to say like it's not a human being.
Sure. I mean, if you want to say it's a human being, go for it. That's fine. That's your definition of human being. That's fine. You can utilize your own definition of human being that says that they're human beings, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there'd be a granted value then, as then you would grant brain dead individuals that same idea of being a human being, which you still don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. And Peppermint, thank you for the $20 for the birthday wishes. Thank you. And Marg with the $5 for the happy birthday. We wish we would have been able to told us earlier that it was your big day. Oh my gosh.
I mean, why can't we just like, I don't get, because like, every time I look it up, it says it's a human being, like at conception, right? Like it's an alive human being. You know, I don't know any source that says it's not a human being until it has consciousness.
Well, this is based upon the way that you use the term. And Macro, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for Parker the Zygote Slayer. Speaking of being a Zygote Slayer, if I had a petri dish right now, where I have a zygote that I made, and I slap that shit for TikTok and YouTube content, should I go to prison?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, like,
you don't know?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you should be punished.
I should go to prison?
Unique human deoxyribonucleic acids, whatever. Human beings. Which they are human beings. I don't really get it.
Is it send the Zygote Slayer to prison? Really?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. They're human beings, man. I mean, I guess like.
Say where
I mean, what about the newborns? The newborns like that wake up in comas, where they don't have the past experiences.
Because he slayed too many zygotes. Put him in prison. He's a murderer. Put the Zygote Slayer in prison. Put him in prison. Really? You would put me in... You would say that I should be arrested and put in prison for murder for slapping a zygote?
For like killing a human being, bro. I could like say the same thing about a newborn. I mean, I could like
No, I'm
slap it
serious.
hard enough
You-
where it dies.
Listen. You think I should be put in prison for slapping a zygote in a petri dish? A
Yeah, I mean,
single
it's the
cell
same.
organism.
Human being, bro. Like, it's a human being. What?
Okay. All right. So then you should go to prison for discarding zygotes and embryos and blastocysts, right?
Yeah, I thought we were like already.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
addressed this.
so people who engage in the process of IVF, that you think that they should be in prison?
Yeah, I think the oof. Wait. Run the back. I mean,
So you think people who engage in the process of IVF should go to prison?
I mean, I need ChatGPT real quick. I don't know what to say.
Come on. I don't think you actually think that they should go to prison. So
Right.
if they shouldn't go to prison, why would you send the zygote slayer to prison? Come on. It's the same thing.
Right, because it's you, Parker. So obviously,
Okay, so only Parker goes to prison. Okay, that's crazy, bro.
I'm joking. I mean, I don't know. Like even if that's like crazy, I would never like go to your view. Your view is also insane.
How is my view insane? I think it's totally okay to slay some zygotes. Yeah, that's fun.
I don't know. I'm talking about like it's a human being once it gains consciousness, which like isn't true though. It's a person,
Wait,
yeah, but
you could
it's a human being
define it
acting
as a human being prior if you want. You don't have to hold
Okay,
my
awesome.
same definition.
Awesome.
But the issue is that at least identify that the moral rights come after sentience, right? It's not prior.
Why doesn't it have human rights? Because it's a human.
Because again, you don't think that brain dead individuals,
Oh, yeah,
right? It's murder to pull the plug. Yeah. So if it ends when there's no more sentience, why doesn't it begin when there is sentience?
Right, because you don't have to be deprived of having consciousness. Wait, you don't have to have consciousness to be deprived of it, right? Like little tiny zygote has conscious. Oh, not, it's gonna
Again,
be
so
deprived of consciousness.
then based upon that view, you'd say it's murder to discard the zygotes, embryos, and blastocysts, right?
Yeah, I would say like it's wrong.
Okay,
But,
so
like, the
people
IVF
people should go to prison for murdering the zygotes, embryos, and blastocysts.
I know, but I know the IVF concept is weird because it's good. It's good, like they're doing that, but it's bad that they're doing that.
It's not bad that they're doing that. That's obviously an absurd idea that you have. You clearly do. You do not cry at night because of the fact that there's literally zygotes and embryos and blastocysts dying. You're not actually sad about that from an internal perspective. Let's be totally honest here, okay? You don't actually have the intuition that they're valuable. You just feel obligated somehow to defend the pro-life position. You don't actually, like, if you were in a burning building and you could either save 100,000 zygotes or one newborn baby, which would you rather save?
100,000's a lot, dude. I don't know. But
Yeah.
that newborn is that newborn gonna feel everything?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know, dude.
You don't know?
I don't like these
whether or not
hypotheticals.
you would save the zygotes of the newborn baby. The newborn baby is fucking cooing and crying. It wants you to save it. And you're going to sit there and question whether or not you're going to pick the single cell organisms? Are you kidding me? That's even a thought in your brain? No, you would immediately
No.
just save the newborn baby.
It's not like a thought. No, it's not a thought. Just like my argument.
That
like,
thought wouldn't even
die.
cross your mind if that happened, okay? You would
Oh, like,
immediately go save the
realistically-
baby.
Realistically, dude, no way I'm saving 10,000 little tiny zygotes. But like,
Yeah, you're saving the newborn baby in that scenario, right?
yeah, obviously. I mean, it's
Okay.
like only
Okay, so then
like,
you at least value newborn babies 100,000 times more than zygotes. Okay.
duh.
Why?
Duh,
Why
but
is
like
that
my
the
argument's
case?
like gone now.
Yeah, it is. It
What?
is gone.
I know that's exactly why it's like absurd. But like, not like that one thing. Like your thing could also be absurd too.
What's up?
Your argument's also absurd.
How?
The what's it called? The human being baby. Born into a coma, no past consciousness. Is it morally okay for us to kill it?
So
For you?
if it's necessary to end a pregnancy, yes. If it's unnecessary to end a pregnancy, well then you can grant it the same connotation of treatment as like an individual who's brain dead, which means it's left up to the family right? Or you could treat so in other contexts, you could say that there's some level of value that would grant them like even a right to life, right? But not necessarily a right to, you know, someone else's resources. Does that make sense?
No, wait, no. So
you could say that they have negative rights, right? But they don't have positive rights. Does that make sense?
No, that does not.
It does.
Are you saying that the fetus, I mean the newborn baby that's in a coma is like the same as a brain dead person? Like the family could consent to killing it and it'll be okay?
To pulling the plug. They can't consent to like stabbing it or anything. You can't do that with brain dead individuals, but you could pull the plug.
But they're alive, right? I mean, they're on their way to like getting consciousness.
Speaking alive.
No,
but they've never had it. They've never had it before.
I'm talking about a newborn baby. You know.
Yeah, they've never had it before. So again, you can pull the plug, but you cannot stab.
Okay, yeah. Okay, isn't that like a little gross? You know, okay, that's kind of weird. That's kind of worse than mine. That's not weird. It's kind of terrible. That's also not a word.
What do you mean?
You know, pulling a plug on a newborn baby that's about to gain consciousness in like, let's say a day, you think that's morally okay? Under your view.
You have no obligation to sustain that.
Yeah, right. But like, you know, it's the right thing to do, man.
But can you, like in this circumstance, right? Can you even establish a grant for value, right? In this particular circumstance, without even saying that they have the ability to, like, to like have someone's resources against their will? Yes. So I don't see what your point is with this.
I mean, the point's like, you know, to like newborn baby.
You can grant value in that circumstance. There's no issue with granting value in that circumstance from your own perspective. But that doesn't mean that it has enough value at that particular point to then restrict someone else's access to their own internal bodily resources. Okay, when it's outside of the womb, you don't have to, and it's not the same type of obligation, right? And it's not specific to one person. Does that make sense?
Wait, yeah, okay, you know, maybe. Okay, I want to okay, let's say a newborn baby right here doesn't have past consciousness, but it'll gain consciousness and have 80 years of fruitful life or consciousness life or whatever. Baby number 2, it has consciousness, has past consciousness, but it'll die in 10 minutes. Which baby has more value?
The one that's sentient currently.
The one that so you'd rather choose the one that's going to die in 10 minutes?
Which would you rather allow burn alive?
Obviously. Oh,
I just want to ask you the question: which would you rather burn alive?
Oh man, I didn't think of that.
Joker.
I don't know.
Joker steals and kidnaps both of them, right? And puts you in this scenario where you have to choose which one is going to be burned alive. Which one would you prefer burned alive?
I'm calling Batman. I don't. The one's going to die in 10 minutes. So I don't know. I gotta think about this real quick. So Joker. I mean, like the one's gonna live 80 fruitful years, bro. You know.
So I think that one should live. To burn alive, which one?
I think the one that's gonna die in 10 minutes should die. That sounds bad.
Even though they're going to experience it. Whereas
I mean,
like the other one wouldn't really experience it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I could say like a different one, saying like unconscious baby right here.
I think the example that I just provided you clearly indicated that you're going to save the person specifically who's going to experience it, but you're just not willing to say it right now.
Right. Okay. I'll choose the one that's gonna.
This whole argument that you provided there doesn't even force a concession.
Right. Okay. I could give you a better one. I could just say, newborn baby that was once alive. I mean, has consciousness before, but now is sleeping or under anesthesia. All right, and it's the same hypothetical, Yeah, so it's not going to be on the
wait, let me tell you. My conjunction is past or present and future subjective experience. So if it has a past and a future, I grant it value.
Past and a future. Yeah, so it does have a future. 10 seconds, and it blows up or something. Sorry. So it would fit into your conjunct of having personhood or having moral value.
Is it valuable before it gets blown up? Yeah. If you're about to be blown up, are you valuable? You sound stupid.
Yes. Okay. But it's between the one that's gonna live 80 years of fruitful life. So.
That hasn't ever experienced yet.
The realer is gonna.
I would value you before you were murdered more than like something that's never been sentient yet. Yeah.
Yeah, so you would choose the one that's gonna die in 10 seconds.
Yeah, if you were about to be killed in 10 seconds, right, or it was specifically something that has never existed yet, that would exist in the future, who would I value more? You. What's your point? You're sentient. You have a past or what's your point with this? This is kind of
Point is that
ridiculous.
it's kind of absurd. 80 years and you're gonna choose the one that's gonna die in 10 seconds. Like obviously they both have value, but obviously one has 10 seconds to live.
So, but they're going to be. It doesn't mean that they right. Wait, are you saying someone if they're right about to be murdered, they're less valuable?
Yeah. When did I say that?
That's
I mean, they're
the
both
argument you're making.
they're both equally valued. I mean, like I could value my mom differently from like a random person because I value my mom more.
No. If your mom was about to be murdered if your mom was about to be murdered in 10 seconds, would you say that she's less valuable now?
No. I mean,
okay. So you just conceded.
What?
Yeah, you just.
My mom's about to be murdered in 10 seconds. I never said that they're less valuable.
Yes, you're literally making a prescription that they are less valuable.
I mean, okay, maybe am I? I mean, like, it's just like logical to say, I'm gonna choose the one. Really? So two things could be. I could choose one thing over the other thing. Does that automatically make the other thing less valuable? Does that? I don't think that.
That literally means you prefer one to the other. Dude, do you even know what you're saying right now?
I mean, it's smarter, but I wouldn't say it's like, the other human being has less like human rights.
I think you should stop. You're kind of embarrassing yourself at this point. Like, not to be rude, but yeah, you kind of are.
I don't know. I think I'm low-key spitting right now.
Okay.
Anywho,
is there any reason you want to give for why you support Trump, or was that
Nah, dude, that dude's low-key a weirdo. It's low-key disgusting that people like trying to defend him.
Oh, so like you?
When did I try to defend what he's done? I'm just trying to.
You're literally arguing why you support Trump right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like debate abortion, bro. Dude,
so you don't actually support Trump?
I don't support like his character or whatever.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I don't know anything about politics, but I just know like abortion. I don't know any other like.
Could you answer the question? Because you did answer this question earlier, and you said that you would vote for Trump.
Oh yeah. I mean, might as well like less minus abortions, bro. Like, I mean, we already know we already know.
So you would vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Even though he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Even though there's 26 different women that have accused him of sexual misconduct.
Yeah, and
even
the 47.
He incited a violent insurrection in the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. Even though he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
No.
I mean, thank you. So now you don't support him?
Now you changed my mind.
Okay.
Thank you, Dean.
Dean. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Emily, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Andrea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said now they're telling me happy anniversary. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sophia, thank you so much for the $2.19. Thank you. Addie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 for happy birthday to the Zygote Slayer. Oh my gosh. Happy late birthday to you. Happy late birthday to you. Jenny, thank you for the $4.20 for the ultimate Zygote Slayer. Thank you. Bailey, thank you for the $15 for happy birthday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What have we started, chat? Danielle, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $3 for thank you, Dean. Okay, well, thank you. I really appreciate that, I guess. Thank you. Thank you. Let me say thank you to a few more people on YouTube, and then we're going to go on to the next person here real quick. Alex, thank you for the $20 for Parker the Zygote Slayer. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alex, thank you. Nobody, thank you for the $5. Stacy with the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up on YouTube real quick. Let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen and we'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Susan, thank you so much for $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Susan. Thank you. Get some W's for Susan in the comment section. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
And what state do you live in?
I live in Texas.
What time is it?
It's 10:48. 43.
Okay. And can you name 3 cities in Texas?
Texas City, Austin, Dallas, El Paso, San Antonio.
Wait, is Texas City actually a city?
Correct.
And okay, all right.
I'm from Australia. I have dual citizenship because I'm at Texas City University.
It actually is okay. Well, I've actually never even heard of that myself. Okay, all right. I guess you got that right. And you can vote in U.S. elections, correct?
Correct. I have dual.
Okay, let me say thank you to a few more people. Mia, thank you for the $5. Happy birthday, Dean. Diabolical. Romy, thank you for the $25 for happy B-Day, Dean. Oh my gosh, this is not happening. This is not happening. What is going on right now? What is going on right now? Alrighty. Okay, why do you support Trump?
Like, I have the conservative values, but I just want to talk about his decision to cut school lunches. Like, I know you've debated people on this before and you see that as a negative light, but I feel like it's also a good light because he's reverting funding. Like, how can people that come from high SES backgrounds be given these like free school lunches composed to like these low SES backgrounds? And it's kind of like abortion. Like, should it be all for all, or should it be like cut down? I feel like 100% like
we're talking about children's access to food. Okay, no child should
Correct.
have a reduction in their access to food. Every child should
But
eat,
why
especially
should
in the context of the school
parents-
systems. Why should we have to pay for it? Is that your view?
No, my view is like kids that come from high SES backgrounds, socioeconomic advantage backgrounds, why should they be given these free lunches? Like, it's
That's not what's happening.
a discrepancy.
Under the big beautiful bill, this is applicable to specifically people that are on food stamps. There's an income threshold for food stamps. Okay, not everyone gets that. So the free school lunch that this is being applicable to has nothing to do with people who have high levels of income. That's just not true.
Okay, because I debated this with Dean and he told me the opposite. But anyway,
But what did he tell you?
Also, he said, "Oh, like if we're on the same page, because I went for like low people should have it, but the high incomers shouldn't have it."
Is that what Dean said?
Yeah, that's what he told me.
Okay, that didn't contradict anything I just said.
But anyway, also, if you're looking at countries, for example, where I'm from, Australia, there's no free school lunches and parents are expected to provide for their their children. I feel like that's very acceptable.
Wait, in
to
Australia,
America.
there's no free school lunch for anyone.
Correct.
Okay.
You bring your own lunch.
So do children starve if their parents can't pay for it?
Well, I wouldn't know because it seems to be working
You
fine.
don't know?
People have. Well, I wouldn't know because there's no reports of it. I don't see anything. No news articles.
Okay, you're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm being.
I do think you are. I genuinely do. I think that they're trolling. Charles, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, that's a bit much. That's hilarious. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Chico, thank you for the $5 as well. Gwendolyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Dude, now everyone's calling me Dean. I know, right? Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Oh, fuck, I should have asked, yeah. And then Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5 for a birthday drink. Diabolical. Okay. Diabolical. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen if you want to support me. As always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
April.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Probably still Trump.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
My main reason is because of his tariff policy. Do you know what the trade deficit is between the U.S. and China, for example? The annual trade deficit?
I actually don't know off the top of my head, but I don't think trade deficits are an issue. Really, what do you know what a trade deficit is?
Yeah, it's the amount that we send out to China.
No. It's going to be the difference between exports
what I
and
meant.
imports.
Yeah.
Okay. So technically, if we have a trade deficit, it means we're importing more products than we're exporting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the trade deficit that we have with China is
What's wrong with that?
it's almost $300 billion. I think
that means we're importing $300 billion more of goods than we're exporting to their country.
Yeah. So we're
What's
sending
wrong with that?
$300 billion. So we're sending $300 billion to China on an annual basis.
Think about it this
basically.
way. Think about it this way. Who has the larger consumer base? The United States or China?
United States.
Okay, the United States. Financially speaking, there's more people in China, but financially speaking, in terms of monetary value, all right, consumers spend more in the United States comparative to in China. Now, what that means essentially is that consumers in the United States will buy more products than consumers in China. So it makes sense that consumers in the United States are buying more products from China than consumers from China are buying from the United States. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah. So
okay, and that's true for most countries because the United States can consume more of their products than they can consume of our products, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like it could just be population size that it's relating to. Now, if for China, that's not true, but it's relating to the level of consumer size, right? So, I mean, I think that's an important thing to look at, and I don't think that the way that you were looking at it in terms of there just being a trade deficit and that being a bad thing is a good way to look at it.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason why I brought this up is because we as a nation we're outsourcing our talent, we're outsourcing our factories, our technical skills, and the problem with that is we're investing in other countries essentially instead of into our own people, and I just think.
No,
what do you mean?
Like think about it this way. When people decide to buy products from other countries, that means that they value those products more than they value the money that they're spending. Because think about it, when you engage in an exchange, the money that you give them, you technically value the service or good more than you value the money. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given them the money. Right? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, just letting you know. You got to see me in order for me to hear you. Samantha, thank you for the $1 for happy birthday, Antichrist. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 for happy birthday, Dean. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. What's going on? What is going on? By the way, they just left. So let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me as always, again, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in the bio as well as the description of YouTube. No, it's not his birthday. Yeah, but it's definitely not.
Hey, Parker, how's it going?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would say so.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving, but I am in the car.
Is there a way you can pull unplug your phone from the car?
Yeah. We'll do that real quick.
For sure.
Hold
on. The Duke, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Parker, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, so if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I would vote for Trump.
You're covering your mic now. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now. So who would you rather vote for in that context?
Yeah, I would rather vote for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I don't think that he's the president that we need. I know you've heard this argument before. He's not the president we need. He's not the president that we wanted, but he's the president that we deserve.
Wait, are you leftist or left wing?
No, I'm not left wing. I'm conservative.
Okay, so then what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is that we, as a country, pushed way too far to the left in the early 2000s. I would say from the entire 21st century, really. So early 2000s to modern. All the institutions were pretty much taken over by the left. We saw the education system, Hollywood. You can laugh, Parker, but this is true. I mean,
wait, no. Can you just be clear? So by education being more left, you just mean that facts are liberal. Now, I don't think that we went
No,
so far
that's
left.
not
I
what
think
I'm. That's
that
not what I mean. So the social
that-
institutions of
How are they left?
of the universities.
How are they left?
You have professors. You have all the students. You have all these clubs. You have all these social structures on university campuses that are very far left. You can't deny that fact. That's just how it is in the vast majority.
So then why aren't there many conservatives in education?
Why aren't there?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, universities have historically always been a little more left wing.
Why?
There's no denying that.
Why
Well,
aren't
because more-
conservatives in educational institutions?
I mean, there are conservatives in there's more widespread. There's more
But they're,
left.
but they're disproportionately less likely to be there. That's what you just said. So explain to me why the right is less likely to be in academic institutions.
Because the right, I would say, are more obviously conservative in their beliefs. Colleges are more free thinking, more liberal. There's nothing wrong with that.
Wait, but
inherently.
why are the colleges more liberal? And that's the question I'm asking you.
Well, a lot of it is because of young people. I mean, young people are more commonly. Most universities are filled with young people. This is a fact. Young people are more left in their ideologies. That's also a fact. People
I thought
tend to
Trump
become
said that
more
most young
conservative as they
people
get
are for
older.
Trump. I thought that's what Trump said. Most young people are
Oh,
for
well,
Trump. That's what he said.
Trump says a lot of things, Parker. I think we can both agree that whatever Trump says is not necessarily a fact.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, like, I do think that you could say that, like, it's younger people that are more liberal, but you just said the professors were the ones that were liberal. So I thought
There are
professors
also
were
more
older.
liberal professors.
Yeah, why do professors
generally
tend to be
professors
liberal?
are older. I think a lot of it is, well, and there's also the types of professors that I'm speaking of. Engineering and math professors are generally more conservative, but they're also not more vocal in their beliefs. I mean, liberal science professors are going to be more vocal in their belief to their class because their policies or their class topics relate more.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you, why are there more liberal professors as opposed to conservative professors?
I feel like he's just dancing all around it because he doesn't want to actually say it.
What am I not trying to say?
Yeah, why are there more liberal professors rather than conservative professors?
I mean, I think I just gave you a good description on why. I mean, the liberal professors are more apparent in liberal arts majors and liberal arts classes, and then they're more vocal in their beliefs in those certain classes because their topics relate more to like social institutions or political like topics.
Okay, so I don't think that necessarily we're coming to a determination there.
Okay.
But
what are you trying to get me to say, Parker? How about we cut to the chase?
It would be that the facts typically align more with liberals, and that people who are educated tend to vote more liberal.
Okay, so if you're more educated, you're more likely to be liberal, is what you're saying.
True.
Correct.
So smarter people are more likely to be liberal.
Yes.
Typically, yes.
Great. Okay. Awesome.
That just based off of voter information, that's how it breaks down. And it's I know there's multiple studies that show like the more educated you are, the more likelihood that you have the ability to empathize, and with that empathy comes the reasoning to vote for harm reduction, which leans towards more progressive values.
Okay. Sure, I can maybe see how there could be a correlation with there, but that's still. So we've established that there's more liberals in universities, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of where I'm going with this anyway. Is that the universities, the media, the entertainment industry, Hollywood, whatever, all these institutions have been vastly overtaken by liberals. Can we agree with
Hollywood and education, that's all you've given. What else?
Media.
Media? Okay, what else?
Yeah, so most news, most like legacy media.
Okay, the largest media source, Fox News. What is that, ideologically liberal or conservative?
Besides from Fox News.
It's not just Fox News. Look at social media, right? For example, X. Is it right-wing or left-wing owned?
Okay.
TikTok, will it be right-wing or left-wing owned?
Well, TikTok is owned by China, so that's
No,
not
TikTok
really-
is going to be owned by right-wing American firms.
Okay.
It's also wild for you to say, well, take out the largest media entity. Like that's a wild statement. Like just forget about the largest one and then look at the rest of them.
Yeah, but I mean, you have like NBC, you have CNN, you have ABC, you have like all these other ones that are also very popular that are all left leaning.
Okay, so there's a lot of liberal and conservative media sources. If you look at social media, there's so much more funding for conservative media than there is for liberal media. Do you see a Daily Wire on the left? Does that exist on the left?
No, not a large media group like that.
No, that doesn't exist.
What about a way to try to intimidate and influence certain colleges or universities? Like, does the left have a Turning Point USA?
Turning Point?
Not really.
I don't believe so.
Now, one thing people say is
like
Midas
that.
Touch. Midas Touch. Midas Touch is more media oriented, I would say. I don't think they would necessarily be considered Daily Wire. Daily Wire is like
Well, I
a
would
group
also
of
say
content
that-
creators. Midas Touch isn't necessarily a group of content creators. Now, there are content creators that are a part of Midas Touch. That might be the closest thing we have. And Midas Touch is actually like very large. So that is one thing that you could make as a comparison. But I would say that they are slightly considerably different. And they don't have as much top-down funding, if that makes sense, right? As like the Daily Wire, for example, has.
Sure. Yeah. So also, sorry, I didn't mean to try to cut you off there. I thought you were done talking.
No, go ahead.
All right. So we've established universities. Can we agree on Hollywood, on entertainment?
Hollywood, you could say, is typically a little bit more liberal, sure, if you'd like to. And then entertainment, they're more liberal entertainers, sure. I mean, there's a lot of conservative entertainers, though, but I don't... So I guess I don't really know if that's necessarily true.
Okay, I would say like, I mean, entertainment. I meant more just like movies and TV shows.
Again, that's related to Hollywood, then, isn't it?
Yeah. So Hollywood, lots of influence.
What's your point here?
So my point is that these institutions have been taken over by the left, and there's nothing wrong with that inherently, because I agree in like the fostering of like a lot of different ideas, and that's a good thing. However, I think in the last 10-ish years, the left has gone way too far, and you see like, you know, I'm sure you're familiar with the pendulum, the political pendulum, how it swings. When it swings one far too far, the way back is also too far, and it gets increasingly
I don't think that we've gone very far left. I think that's a ridiculous standpoint. Can you give me like a reason why you specifically support Donald Trump? How about that? Maybe like a policy you like?
Well, I said I don't directly support him. I'm saying that he's the president that we deserve.
This is just such a waste of time, dude. I hate people who
Come on, Bart, this isn't a waste of time.
Yes, it is. It is a complete waste of my time. What do you mean you don't directly support him? What the fuck does that even mean, dude? You're just wasting my time then. Like, genuinely. Like, what are you saying?
Said it's not the hero that we want, but the hero that we need. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
Like,
is he
it's
making
so
a
cryptic.
descriptive claim or a prescriptive one? Like, dude, you know what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
June.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Let me say thank you to a few people. Sydney, thank you for the $15 for happy birthday. Did you see what they've been doing, Santana? They've been calling me mean and telling me happy birthday when it's not my birthday. It's a bit diabolical. Let me catch up on. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick. I think I fully am. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Tasty, thank you so much for the $5. The Duke, thank you for the $5 as well. I think I'm fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. On YouTube, I think we have 2,400 likes right now. Let's try to hit the 3,000. I'd really, really, really appreciate everyone. Subscribe if you haven't already, and follow me if you haven't already as well on TikTok. Alrighty, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I think the main reason as to why I support Trump is because of his domestic and foreign policies, especially that includes that of U.S. Or his view on the U.S. economy, for example. I think his protective tariffs that he enacted early in his presidency was really helpful and for the long-term U.S. economy of the United States. This is because I think it promotes a lot of manufacturing industries domestically rather than foreign industries. Therefore, we can buy things inside our own country and overall improve cash flow, things like that, and improve our economy.
Okay, a few things here. Since Trump's got in office, we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment. So these jobs are not coming back. We've actually seen a decline in new jobs coming to our country. We've seen an increase in unemployment. We've seen a decrease in real GDP growth and a decrease in real wage growth. Appreciate the Galaxy, thank you. So how are you going to say that tariffs have been positive for this when basically every metric that you would utilize to say that we have a better off economy indicates we're actually worse off?
I would say that it has actually gotten better for us because you have to look long term rather than short term, because a lot of the facts that tariffs are implemented for longer term reasons, and in this specific instance, it's you have to really take into picture the bigger picture, because things like building manufacturing domestically take a lot of time and effort, and it's not going to happen in the couple months that Trump has been in presidency for. So you can't take the short portion of the time that it has been since he enacted those tariffs to then judge the whole, I guess, idea as a whole.
Okay, well, if you want to look at Biden's admin, we saw an increase like as soon as he started implementing the policy. Secondly, it's not long term if it's through executive action, because executive action is by definition short term, because the next administration can just overturn that policy. So when a Democrat inevitably gets into the administration next time, we have a position for administration, right, where they win, that would then mean that they specifically are going to roll back those tariffs because they're through executive action, which will essentially mean that there's less of an incentive to then bring back jobs to the country.
But
Plus,
so
since it's a universalized tariff and it's not specifically targeted towards certain industries, that limits the ability for countries to bring back manufacturing to this country, because aspects of the manufacturing process, because not everything is produced here in the United States. There are many things that we have to buy from other countries as a part of the assembly process to then have production of products here in the country. Then that cost of production becomes more expensive because you're getting a bunch of the aspects of the production process from countries around the world.
Okay, right.
And have I talked to you before?
No, this is my first time.
Okay.
Okay, as you just stated, you said that America does buy a lot of things from foreign countries, and I think enacting those tariffs that he did is actually a step towards buying less foreign goods and producing those domestically, right? So we don't have to, do things like increase our already high debt, right? What was your first point that you said?
Well, what do you mean increase our debt for what? Because Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
Right, but all of these are steps to improve these things in the long term. Like you're saying, you said that once a Democrat takes office, they're just gonna redact these tariffs, which I think you can't just definitively say that, because you're saying that based off the fact that these tariffs have been unsuccessful in like the first couple months. But who knows, if they do prove to be successful in the long term, then why would a Democrat in office then redact these tariffs? That makes no sense.
But they've been unsuccessful in the short term as well.
Right, and no one expected them to be successful.
Well, but there's no actual history towards it showing that it's going to be successful. I mean, and I was going to hop in and say, like, can you name a time where this actual approach to tariffs has been effective in driving manufacturing or any type of positivity within the country? Parker specifically spoke to the increase of manufacturing under the Biden administration, where he did not use this actual tariff approach. So like there's recent documented history as far as increasing manufacturing without this, widespread use of tariffs. But throughout the history in our country, when we've used tariffs in this way, has it increased manufacturing in the U.S. or anything positive?
There's plenty of times where protective tariffs have been implemented for the.
No. But that's not what's happening here. Donald Trump is using "quote unquote" reciprocal tariffs, where he's pasted tariffs across the board, across everything. So not saying like specific targeted tariffs, like, which we can agree to that, but like the approach that he's using, these widespread scattershot of tariffs, like when has that worked? And that has happened multiple times in our country. So we do have an actual record of that being used.
I think you can't say, oh, when has that worked? When has that not worked? I think you just have to see where he's coming from and how or what the reasoning behind why he enacted these tariffs. And I think it completely makes sense if you think about it long term. You know,
Well, but
there's
no. What I'm saying is we have 2 times within the United States history that this approach that Donald Trump is using has happened.
Could you? I'm
in both
unfamiliar with
times.
these two
Sure.
instances.
It's about 100 years apart. The first time that it happened, where there were universal tariffs that were put in place, the Conservative Party then at the time ended up losing over 60% of their seats because it was so bad. And then the most recent time, again, about 100 years ago, was due to the Smoot-Hawley Act, where the Republican Party tried the same approach. And again, they lost power for about 60 or about 40 years or something like that. Anyway, both times, it's about 100 years apart. And both times it was done by the Conservative Party. And both times it was wildly unsuccessful. And it caused them to lose power for a long period of time because it was so bad. So it's happened twice within our history, 100 years apart each time.
So, but were the intentions behind these universal tariffs the same, and was the context at which they were taking place the same? I think that's all very important.
The intentions were the same. The approach was the same, and the failure was the same.
So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, where you're taking, you know, past historical events to then predicate the outcome of the future. But I think in this specific scenario, that's a bit flawed because of the fact that this universal tariff is more in a place where the United States is a bigger central economy and is arguably like, the strongest, most reliable economy in the world, rather than in the past couple hundred years when it hasn't been. Therefore, when he enacts these universal tariffs, more countries are more willing to, you know, come to trade terms, or are more feared by these.
Actually, they're less likely to come to trade terms because of the fact that these tariffs have been imposed, because it increases the cost of a trade. Also, oftentimes, it doesn't even relate to any actual meaningful determinations, because Trump just reduced tariffs on Switzerland because they literally sent him a Rolex clock, right, and a gold bar. Okay.
Yep.
Like literally, like that. Nothing else. Like we didn't get any other trade deal. Nothing. It was literally gifts, and he accepted gifts. That to me spells corruption.
Okay, that's definitely corrupt. But as I was saying, but it would constitute other countries to then come to negotiation with the United States because of the fact that
how many deals
a lot
have
of countries
they actually made?
I have no clue how many deals actually, but it makes sense that if the United States is a powerful central economy that many other countries rely on, to then enact universal tariffs at that point would be more effective than in the past couple hundred of years when they haven't been as such a strong economy. It makes sense as to why now it would have a higher percentage or higher chance of working rather than in the past.
The point that the reason why I said how many deals that they made, it's less than 10. I think they're up to 8 now, but Donald Trump promised 90 deals in 90 days. He's put these tariffs on every country, and he's been unable to negotiate any type of deal because your premise behind the tariffs is not the premise that the Trump administration has. Quick question. Do you know who Ron Vera is?
No.
Okay. Ron Vera is this economist, right? He's like a highly published economist that people within the Trump administration have cited to actually build out their tariff policy, specifically Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro has leaned on the actual information from Ron Vera to actually help shape the way they are going to approach with the tariffs. Do you know who Peter Navarro is?
No.
Okay, Peter Navarro is one of Donald Trump's top advisors. He specifically has been the person in charge as far as guiding the reciprocal tariffs and even coming up with the formula as far as how the reciprocal tariffs are implemented. So Peter Navarro has been the person that has basically given Trump all of the information and help guide Trump as far as the tariffs that are going to be put in place, right? So Donald Trump is listening to Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro is getting the information and saying like, hey, this economist, Ron Vera, is the one that's saying like, these tariffs are good and we should do this. And they're going about implementing all these tariffs, which sounds like a pretty good process, right?
Right.
Yeah. Peter Navarro Ron Vera is actually Peter Navarro. It's a pseudonym. He is actually quoting himself. He's been He's been actually using this as a way to justify his tariffs, and even more so with implementing this tariff policy. He's been like writing these tariff policies and saying, hey, this economist is saying it's a good idea, when it's actually him. And then he comes up with these harebrained ideas for the actual formula for the tariffs by saying, we're going to take the total amount of trade minus the actual trade deficit and then divide it by 2. Yes, mind blowing, right? These are the people that you're. Peter Navarro or Ron Vera?
Navarro.
Yeah. Look it up. Peter Navarro and Ron Vera.
And you're saying that they're the same person, and he's
same person. He's been quoting himself, and he's been writing the actual tariff policy for Donald Trump. Yes.
What?
Yes, and these are the people that you think that you're championing. You're championing the actual tariff policy of these people.
Yeah, like most economists think that these tariffs are not a good idea and make the conditions in the labor market worse off. Now, there are differing extents of how much they think it's making it worse off, but it's pretty much categorized that it has a definitely clear negative effect. Like overall, even in the long run, right? This idea that it's beneficial in the long run, that's not established, especially because of all the industries you lose out that rely on sending their products to other countries because they place retaliatory tariffs on us.
But those retaliatory
and then
tariffs
think about
on
it
us
this way:
wouldn't
when
be
both
as
sides are
effective
placing tariffs and we're not engaging in trade, that reduces the overall strength of both of our economies.
Right, but then once these tariffs do work, then what happens? Then the domestically
They don't work, bud. Though that's the problem. Like, not all trade deficits are bad. Like the premise that because there's a deficit that it needs to be fixed, that's not true. You have to understand the actual aspect of trade, and Trump and his team don't actually understand trade policies, or even tariffs, because tariffs aren't a bad thing. They're not a good thing. They're just a tool, and they're supposed to be used in targeted ways. I'll give you an example. Joseph Robinette Biden actually used tariffs to actually help stem the production of EVs within the U.S. by placing targeted tariffs on Japan, which is a good thing, right? It helped actually increase the amount of production here in the U.S., which increased manufacturing. But he didn't just say, we're going to put tariffs on everybody to increase EVs. Like, it doesn't work that way. It has to be targeted. And Donald Trump and his team aren't taking that approach.
But so you're saying that they don't take the approach and that their tariffs are too broad and they're not targeting a specific sector. Therefore, it's not going to produce any meaningful outcome.
It's all extortion. Like Parker already directly mentioned like the Swiss and how Donald Trump reduced the tariffs on the Swiss because he got a Rolex. Like it's extortion.
Okay, honestly, I think I can concede to that point, but. Can we move on to Trump's LGBTQ and gender definition policies?
Go ahead.
Do you guys have Okay.
What's your position on
that? I completely support Trump in the fact that I think that we should have clear definitions of sex and a binary definition of gender with male and females. I think overall, I don't think that the whole LGBTQ group as a whole needs to be heavily condemned, but I do think that it has gone way too far in the sense that people have been... Sorry?
Within what capacity?
Within the capacity that people are being able to identify themselves in different ways. Wow,
people have different identities? We do that now with names. Did you know that?
No, but there are people who are identifying themselves as animals.
No one's no. That's
yes,
not
yes.
That is not a part of the LGBTQ community.
There have been cat litter boxes in schools because people have
not. Stop, dude. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous.
I mean, you can search it up.
Wait. Do you know why there were litter boxes inside of schools?
Yeah, those are for school.
Because people were identifying as cats.
No, it was literally for school shooter drills. We have such a problem with gun reform here in our country that we would rather put actual litter boxes inside of kids' school just in case there is a mass shooter alert and there's a lockdown that they can't get to the bathroom, and so kids have to use litter boxes versus actually passing any type of gun reform. So your premise that the people within the queer community identify as an animal and we have to put litter boxes in school, that's just not true. You're not doing your research. You're literally being propagandized, and even more so, you should be advocating for gun reform if you have a problem with litter boxes in schools.
Yeah, and that's for this. I'm pretty sure it's only in some places. Like this isn't like across the entire
it was like
nation.
specific schools, exactly. But so politicians have politicized that and lied and said that it was because people within the queer community are furries. That's not. I've heard Parker use
that was a bad example, but
but furries isn't a thing. It's literally people cosplaying.
Okay, but I think an even bigger problem.
They don't actually think that they are those animals.
The fact that people can go and so would you agree that upon the fact that in society there are different cultural norms for man and woman?
In typical, there are different norms that are applied.
Yes.
Now, there are prescriptive norms that have existed and I think shouldn't exist, right? But you're talking descriptively. Are there certain connotations that are associated with gender? Sure. That's a social construct.
Right. So then, therefore, if someone who was born as a biological male decided to transition to become a female, then they all of a sudden obtain those new social...
Let me tell you the way that we are referring to it. The way that I'm referring to gender is going to be related to someone's commitment. They're committed towards a certain set of social and cultural norms. They're typically associated with a certain sex as a prescription of their identity. That's typically what I'm referring to. That's how I utilize gender, right? And it's socially constructed within this respect. Now, you could use gender in a biological sense in a different connotation, but that doesn't mean that the usage that I just did was incoherent. And this is how we're using the context. And by the way, this has nothing to do with politics. It actually doesn't. It genuinely has nothing to do with politics. Like the fact that this even has to have this is even a conversation on whether or not on one side supports one compared to the other. What's really the difference in terms of policy? Push the money gun. Like what difference in policy do you think that should exist because of this particular notion of gender from a national perspective?
I think that it's just setting clear guidelines and how people can be identified.
Okay, so why is he worried about setting clear guidelines in relation to this, but he doesn't have a single healthcare policy? He doesn't have a plan. Mm-hmm. He's had no plan, just concepts of a plan for over 10 years, right?
Okay, can we stay on the topic?
Wait, no. This is relevant, though. This is relevant. No. Why do the specifics have to be so clear here, which doesn't really reflect on policy very much, but when relating to healthcare policy, the specifics don't need to be very clear?
I don't know.
Well,
you see what I mean? Where are your priorities?
Exactly. You should think about the reason why Parker brought this up, and this is very clear, is because you've been propagandized. Like the Trump administration spent the Trump campaign spent $215 million to run anti-transgender ads to target less than 1% of the population. And it was literally to make people like you believe that, oh, this is such a big problem. We need to fight this. We need to do this. When really it's just people that's trying to exist, and then they can actually redirect you and not do anything, not institute any type of actual policy, not actually govern, not do anything for the American people, but they can make you think that the queer community is someone that you need to be worried about and fearing and things like that, while they actually don't do anything, and you never notice because you're so busy thinking that there's people that are dressing up as furries and with litter boxes in school. You don't even notice that they haven't delivered any of the promises that they said they're going to deliver. They haven't lowered grocery prices. They haven't done anything with housing prices. And hell, to Parker's point, we're still waiting on the concepts of the plan of the healthcare policy to actually be fixed, while they're trying to shoot down the Affordable Care Act and cause millions of Americans to actually lose access to their healthcare. You're focused on the wrong thing, bud.
I mean, just because I'm focused on "quote unquote" the wrong thing doesn't mean that it's not still a problem that we can talk about. I mean, I understand what you're saying. There are more pressing issues, but it's still a policy that Trump has.
Why is Trump's priority in that rather than specifically in healthcare policy?
I mean, I can't say that Trump's priority. I cannot say that Trump's priority is definitively.
Why is it in renaming water and renaming the Department of Defense and not specifically in healthcare policy?
Exactly.
I mean, what's to say that he doesn't have priority within the healthcare policy? And
What's his
within
plan?
that era?
He has no plan
Exactly.
in 10 years.
Or
It's
even
been a decade.
Even the border, right? I mean, he said that the reason why that he told the Republican Party to vote against the Langford bill is because once he got in power and the Republicans had power, they could actually put together a stronger border bill. Well, they got in power. They're currently in power, and no one has talked about any type of border bill. Like they don't govern. They just distract you to make you realize like they're not doing anything for the American public, and you keep falling for the banana in the tailpipe, bud. You keep falling for it.
Okay, so then how do I escape this propaganda that I'm being fed?
Well,
Educate
you
yourself.
you engage in conversations like the one you're engaging in right now. You critically think. You don't just accept things because Trump says it. You look for research, and then based upon the evidence, you then form conclusions. You don't form conclusions and then look for evidence to justify that. You look at the evidence, research, and then you form your conclusions from that research and looking at the evidence.
So where do I get so where do I get evidence that's not propagandized? Because in your sense that, you know, people argue that both the left and right face propaganda, so where do you find truly
What do
non-biased
you
evidence within?
for what specifically? Like if you're talking about economics, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the St. Louis Federal Reserve, right? If you're talking about specifically like typical media, AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters are what I typically go to.
Okay.
And also, by the way, I have sources in the context of my link tree that we're actually building out as well. So my friend Matt, who's a librarian, is building up my
Shout out,
sources
Matt.
base, and we're continuing to work on it, and it's gonna be expanded to all the different topics that we typically cover here on the stream. So there's going to be a point where there's literally like good evidence that you can look at for all of these things just in my bio. Now it's still being worked on, and there are some things in there, but you can go check it out. Like there's good research in there, and Matt gives both sides of the matter, right?
Mm-hmm. Also, don't be a headline hoochie. Like when you see something that like is a attention grabber, dig deeper. Actually read the information, see what it says. Because again, if you take something and you accept it on its face without actually digging into it and reading more information about it, anything can be misleading.
Okay. I will look and do my research again and then come to a different perspective, I guess, but I'm not entirely sure that I'll come to a
Be informed.
This new team is Ace. We're here 4 to 5 times a week, usually in the evening. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow too, probably around probably like 7 p.m. Maybe a little sooner actually. We'll see. Did you guys enjoy the show? You guys did. Throw it Moni Mouse.
The $50 donation, I got you. I already took care of it. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate you.
Adri, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. It is why these discussions are so important. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Julian, thank you for the $10. Santana, you're on YouTube, right? Or are you?
Yep. Santana
Good.
Speaks on YouTube.
Are you gonna be streaming after this?
I might. I don't know. Hey, have you been doing the shorts?
On YouTube. I thought about it, and I separated for a bit, but a lot of people didn't like it, and I couldn't maintain it with my Wi-Fi.
Oh, I've been getting like anywhere from 60 to 110,000 views on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I see that. It's people like scrolling by and stuff. That's crazy. I saw that like the other day.
Yeah.
It's I think it's all short stuff, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. But the actual like the viewership has been increasing, time has been increasing, and people have been like following rapidly. So like
that's really good.
It's been unhinged though. Like the people, YouTube is weird.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but I didn't want to separate the audience on YouTube.
You can combine it. Just do portrait.
Yet, if I just do portrait, then I don't get like the full landscape, and people like the landscape better. You what's up, how old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, Elizabeth, don't worry. You're good. You're good. Let's go on the last person here for today, everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, and as well as Santana's up here. Make sure to support him as well. Let's go on the next individual real quick. Hopefully, we can get a debate going. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Looks like Jaden said he would be live after, so that works. That works. Does my microphone sound any louder? I turned on my 48 volts.
No, it's not nice.
Sounds normal to me.
That's why you're cool.
Sounds normal. I have the ability to increase it though, so okay. Does it sound better, everyone, though, on YouTube? Sounds good. Because there was a lot of people that were saying like, yo, increase the volume, so.
Talk so.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
You're muted.
Oh,
Hello?
they're just lagging. I'm sorry. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Hopefully we can get someone up here before I do end it tonight, everyone. Hopefully.
Lick your feet, please.
Scarlett, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, I got you. Let me look. Oh, I haven't even read them out. Yeah. Is it Alex? But Alex, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I just saw that now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Evelyn, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And then Marlia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1 as well. Thank you. That's so funny. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Hopefully we can get someone before we end. I do have to get off here in like probably like 12 minutes or so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I think we've actually just run out. You know what? I got a what's it called? A flag a bit back. You know, that actually might be what I'm dealing with on TikTok right now, actually, because I don't have that many guest requests. But it also could be the time.
Sense. Yeah. Did you see Trump is now saying that he's pushing for the release of the Epstein files?
I didn't even yet.
Hello.
What's up? How old are you?
18, born May 1st, 2007.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, and for the reason I think it was because his immigration policies, how he the stuff he did to the sports and college competitive, and also the economy.
Okay. So, sports, you said sports and the economy? So, what about the economy? Like, what
I just wanted to be weird. Got it.
That was so weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
so now he's saying that that he's telling the Republicans to vote for the release of the Epstein files this week, which is kind of hilarious because there were reports that over 100 Republicans are prepared to vote to release the files. It seems like they're all trying to get ahead of it, and now he's finally saying like, "Oh, I think they should actually release the files now."
Yeah, diabolical. I don't even. We'll see what they're concocting up there.
Yeah,
it's actually crazy. I might just get off right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you.
I think it might be time.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me up, bro.
Of course, good. It was good seeing you. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Tomorrow I should be on live, probably like 9 a.m. So if you like this content, subscribe to me if you haven't already. Follow me as well. Tomorrow I should be on again, probably like 9 a.m. Pacific time. Just letting everyone know. Alrighty, everyone. Well, thank you, everyone, for coming up. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Go check out Jaden's stream. Jaden LeBron, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Go to Jaden's stream.